We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
The Prime Minister urges China to get off the fence and join the global condemnation of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Sunday, March the 20th. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK, we're on your TV and on your radio, and coming up for you today.
Boris Johnson calls on China to not choose the side of evil as the war in Ukraine stretches into its 25th day. When will the bloodshed end?
Ahead of his spring statement, the Chancellor says his goal over the rest of the government's term is to cut taxes. So will Rishi Sunak help households struggling amid the cost of living crisis?
An investigation is underway after firefighters tackled a huge blaze believed to have been deliberately started on marshland on the Wirral. We'll bring you the very latest.
The royal tour, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are all smiles after arriving in the Caribbean for the start of a major tour, despite controversy among local residents. We'll explain what all of that is.
He didn't look all smiles on that picture, did he? But anyway, we're going to explain a bit more later. You can join in any of our discussions by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews.
So our main news today, and Boris Johnson is urging China and other neutral countries to join global condemnation of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
It follows a speech at the Tory Spring Conference yesterday where the Prime Minister compared the struggle of Ukrainians to British people voting for Brexit.
A bit controversial. Well, the UN says at least 840 Ukrainian civilians, including 64 children, have been killed since the start of the war, while more than 3 million have fled to neighbouring countries. The journalist Marcia Babu joins us now from the border. Look, morning to you. It's good to see you today. I know you're there documenting a lot of what is happening. What have you seen over the past 3 weeks?
Well, over the past 3 weeks, I've seen what you just mentioned, the largest humanitarian crisis I have ever witnessed as a conflict journalist. I've covered conflicts in the last decade in Syria, Iraq, Gaza Strip, you name it, some of the worst places on the planet. And I've never seen something like this to this magnitude, to this scale, ever in my life. So on one hand, I've seen this humanitarian crisis unfolding before my eyes. I'm actually right now just 20 minutes away from the Romanian border, where I spent the last 48 hours documenting yet again people leaving Ukraine. And despite the negotiation, despite the fact that there's a lot of talk about peace, people are fleeing. So their deep understanding of conflict is based on their immediate fears for their lives. I've talked to people who are coming all the way from eastern Ukraine, from besieged cities, but also from Kiev, the capital. And also lately, what is interesting is people closer to the border, to the Romanian border, which at the moment seems fairly safe, they're preparing to leave. So the signals they're getting, the perceived reality for Ukrainian is that this conflict is not going to end anytime soon, and it's time to pack your bags and look for safety in a different country.
You actually just beat me to my question, Marcia, which was going to be, how long do the Ukrainian people think this is going to last? Do you think that for some people, they presume this was going to be over quite quickly, and now that we're into the third week, there's a sense of what? Despondency, hopelessness? How would you describe the mood?
Well, in refugee crisis, what we have is called IDPs, internal displaced people. So what people do in the beginning, they'll move out of the besieged city, to the countryside, or to relatives or friends in different parts of the country. With the Ukrainian crisis, what we've seen from the first day is a large number immediately leaving the country. And this is not for economical reasons. Ukrainians are not that keen, at least the ones I spoke with. And I spoke with a lot of Ukrainians in the last 3 weeks or so. They're not keen on leaving Ukraine. They do like it here, despite the low salaries. They enjoy their life here, and they think Ukraine is on the right path to development. So the reason they immediately left and not moved out of the city, of course, not everyone. Some did move out of the besieged cities and became IDPs, internal displaced people. But most of them just fled the country immediately. And that's, in my understanding, because there's a huge military conflict between two big armies. I mean, in Syria or Iraq, you either had insurgents and a big army. So the conflict was either isolated or not to this magnitude. People are genuinely afraid. Some of them are even afraid of nuclear attacks. And I don't want to scare your audience, but this is an ongoing talk, and this is something a lot of Ukrainians will mention once you start talking to them. What if I'm going to be in a city that is now safe, and Vladimir Putin decides in 48 hours, 72 hours to use the nuclear option, and I'm just going to get stuck in a city that's going to get hit the worst. So they're packing their bags, they're leaving, and they don't think it's going to end anytime soon, to answer your question, because you can see that in the way they pack their bags. You can see what they bring with them. Large amounts of clothing, their memories, everything they can carry over the border, they have with them, which is a sign they're not planning on coming back anytime soon.
Well, what have you seen, Marcia, in terms of humanitarian aid? Because obviously there are big projects at all the border crossings in the neighbouring countries, but also, I mean, there are moves to get aid into Ukraine as well. That of course, is becoming increasingly difficult. What sort of operations have you seen?
Well, so there's two types of aid. There's the aid on the other side of the border, whether it's the Polish, Romanian, Hungarian border. Any of these countries have shown incredible solidarity with the Ukrainians. So once you step out of Ukraine, you have access to a number of charities, helping people, helping animals fleeing conflict. Now, if you're in Ukraine, like I am now, you're going to see a lot of the trucks being stopped at the border, being checked, some of them turn around. I'm in touch with a number of NGOs that are telling me we cannot get our aid across. That's one of the major issues, getting the aid across the border, because the Ukrainian border is still very strict on documents, on the sort of aid that can come in. That's one of the problems. The second problem with aid inside Ukraine is getting to the besieged cities such as Mariupol or even Kiev at the moment, because you cannot get in safely to deliver aid, and those people need it the most. And what I personally documented for the last week, which is, I think it's an amazing story, is the story of 4 British ex-soldiers who are now setting up a charity here, saving from the front line, from the red zones, dogs, cats, any type of animals that they need help. And they're transporting them safely to the Romanian border and then onwards to the UK. And yesterday I've joined them rescuing 80 dogs from Kiev, from an abandoned shelter, and took them all the way to the Romanian border, where they will be quarantined for 21 days in Romania and then put for adoption in the UK. I think it's an unbelievably inspiring, kind, powerful story that I plan on documenting long term.
Okay, look, it's really good to talk to you this morning, and stay safe. I just wanted to ask you, what are people like when you talk to them, Ukrainians, in the sense that we know that at times like this, the last thing they want to do is talk to journalists, but do they realise how important it is that you can get their story out and the impact it has on the rest of the world?
Well, it's always difficult to talk to people that are vulnerable, that are in a desperate situation. I try to do it with respect and empathy. Because I'm a video journalist, I have to film and document it on video. But the way I approach people is first to get the time to talk to them, to understand, and then ask them, could you possibly tell me a little bit about yourself on camera? And obviously some of them say no, and we have to respect that as journalists. But most of them, so far in my experience, do understand and do think it's important for the world to know. I get people stopping me because they see my flak jacket when I'm in a red zone that says clearly press, or even if when I'm at the border, they clearly see I'm a journalist. And even if they don't talk to me, they just pat me on the shoulder and say, hey, thank you for being here, thank you for doing this, thank you for reporting. So, for the most part, Ukrainians do understand the world needs to know.
Really good to talk to you, Marcia. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. Apologies for the sound, by the way, on that. It's so good to get these people. It's clearly his mic was catching his collar, wasn't it? But it's worth sticking with it, because those frontline accounts are just so powerful, I think, to actually see what's going on right there. Amazing. He's talking about moving the animals. You don't think about things like that. I mean, I'm sure animal lovers, it would be the first thing on your mind, but you don't think about getting out dogs and animals safely.
But as you say, it's getting those real stories. It's about real. This is about real people, not just about madmen in the Kremlin. It's about real people and the impact it has on them. Well, the conflict in Ukraine, as you heard, continues to displace hundreds of thousands of people. More than 300,000 refugees have arrived in Hungary, many going through the capital Budapest to transfer to other parts of the EU.
So our reporter, Rosie Wright, has been doing a brilliant job for us. She's in Hungary this morning, meeting those fleeing the war.
Budapest Keleti station. Hundreds of people, women and children, have been arriving from Ukraine every day since Russia invaded. This makeshift humanitarian centre off Platform 6 is providing some order amongst the chaos. A team of volunteers are providing food, medical supplies, offers of free transport and accommodation, even a creche. Many arriving are choosing to transition through Hungary. It's a country that famously has tried to keep refugees out. Anna arrived with her mum, 2 sisters and her extended family yesterday. Today, home's currently a children's outdoor therapy centre, 20 miles from the train station, that's looked after 50 Ukrainians since the conflict began.
When the war was started, we so scared. We hear a lot of attacks, missiles, bombs. It's why we don't have any choice just to leave our city. I cannot even imagine when in next month I will get up in next country. My father decided to stay for territorial defense in Kryvyi Rih in my city. Honestly, I am so worried about him, but he stayed in Ukraine.
Back in the city centre, one of the music venues has turned its changing rooms into classrooms.
Tell your partner about yourself. For example, Sonia.
Anxious to make sure their children have some sense of structure, normality and education, several Ukrainian teachers, like Yulia, have set up their own school.
So my daughter is with me now, and she's 11, and my son is in Ukraine because he's 21 years old and he can't leave Ukraine. You don't know when it will finish, and so you can plan your life, and that's the problem. So we try to find a school for my daughter. It's a problem in Hungary, and just, you don't know, you can't explain children also why they need to go to school, because they're all expected the war would finish in 1 month or in 1 week or in 3 days. They decided just to find some rooms where children will be able to get education, to see each other, to interact, to communicate, to see that life is going on.
Today was day 2 of lessons. Yulia is hopeful this won't be needed long term. Rosie Wright in Budapest for GB News.
Oh, there you go. It is 6:13. Let's just bring you up to date with the top stories. And Boris Johnson is urging China to join the global community in its disapproval of the war in Ukraine. The Prime Minister believes some of Xi Jinping's team are having second thoughts about Beijing's neutral position against Vladimir Putin's invasion of its neighbour.
Detectives have launched a manhunt following the murder of a 19-year-old woman in Clerkenwell, London. Police say early indications suggest 22-year-old Maya Maroof had been in a relationship with the victim and that they'd been together that evening.
Firefighters have been tackling... we'll tell you about that a little bit later on. Instead, we'll tell you about P&O, and government ministers allegedly knew that P&O ferries were going to cut 800 jobs before staff were told. It's been reported by the Sunday Times that ministers were told by officials it would ensure the firm remained a key player in the UK market for years to come.
Millions of people in England will begin to be offered coronavirus booster jabs this week. The NHS says the vaccine will be available to care home residents, people aged 75 and over, and the immunosuppressed aged 12 and over.
OK, let's tell you about this firefighter story now, where they've tackled a huge blaze in Parkgate in Cheshire, which they think may have been started deliberately. Crews responded to the incident just after 6 o'clock yesterday evening. Cheshire Fire and Rescue say fire breaks have been put in place to protect properties. Members of the public being asked to stay away from the area. Look at that.
The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge have arrived in Belize for the start of their Caribbean tour. The trip has sparked controversy among local residents, including objections to the couple's helicopter landing site.
I'm always surprised when it's an awful thing to say. Feel free to email and tell me off. But whenever I see William, and you sort of think, when he was a teenager, he was such a sort of attractive young boy, wasn't he? He was like a real poster boy.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Are you saying he's not aged terribly well?
I don't think he's aged terribly well, no.
No. He has aged quickly. I mean, he's been through a lot in his life. Let's face it. He's been through a lot. But yes, I do know what you mean.
It's not just the hair, but it's the shape of his face and his nose and everything has just changed.
Prince William, work out. That's what we're saying.
I don't know.
I know what you mean. She looks amazing.
She looks amazing. As long as they're happy, why do we care?
Well, because we're just, we're doing what normal people do when we watch the telly, is just to go.
Just sort of think, what happened there?
Yeah.
Anyway, look, morning to you. It's always good to hear from you. Loads of you getting in touch today. Already today, which is nice. Joseph says, morning from a not yet sunny Lerwick. Oh, Lerwick, wow. I'm a big fan of GB News and love your weekend breakfast even more. That's what we like to hear.
Thank you, Joseph. Mickey said, good morning from Newton in the middle of Wales. My partner and I are waiting for the show to start with chicken sandwich and coffee in hand. I do like it when you tell us what your breakfast choices are, but they are a bit odd. I wonder if that means you've not been to bed yet and you've been to a certain drive-through restaurant on the way home from your night out having a chicken sandwich.
Maybe. I had, because I really had a very odd day yesterday and didn't sleep. So I was wide awake at midnight and got up at 1 o'clock and cooked, because I'm veggie, fake bacon and eggs.
That's what you were doing at 1 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, fake bacon and
Honestly,
eggs.
what an insight. You had to drive to drop your key off for your other half, didn't you, yesterday?
I had to drive to the army barracks in Salisbury and then drive up to the back up to the South Midlands where I live. It was a long old time yesterday.
Harry's got in touch from Hong Kong.
Hey.
Thank you, Harry. COVID is bad here, he says, so I'm staying in and I'm watching your fabulous show. Thank you, Harry.
Rosie says, morning from Broughton.
I wonder
Which Broughton?
Now, if that's Broughton in Greater Manchester, there was many a time on a Sunday morning when I'd be swimming in Broughton Pool at 6:15 in the morning.
Really?
Yeah, I wonder if it is that Broughton.
I wonder if it's that one. Is it Broughton in the Lake District? Or there's a Broughton in Buckinghamshire? I don't know. Let us know, Rosie. Anyway, she's not going swimming, whatever she's doing. She's in bed with a hangover. Good girl.
I've also been known to do that in Broughton as well, Rosie.
Good girl. Mohammed says, just finished my shift and now sitting down watching your show with family-made apple juice. Homemade apple juice?
Yeah, nice. Good. You've got the time, why not?
Good for you. Sounds nice, actually. Sounds refreshing.
fancy.
Mohammed likes your outfit today.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think it's a bit booby for this time in the morning, 6:20. Well, I hadn't put it on for it. It's a bit booby. If you're listening on the radio, that's going to make you tune into the telly, isn't it? Just got at least a few more viewers. It's a bit booby for a breakfast show. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know until I'd tried it on.
No.
It's all right.
Anyway, look, we've got plenty more stuff to come for you this morning, including a look at the controversy surrounding the Royals tour of the Caribbean.
Looking ahead for today's weather, and the UK is looking like this. A chilly start, then fine and sunny for most, albeit cooler than yesterday. Let's take a look at all the details.
In the southwest, then, some cloud around, meaning it won't be as sunny as yesterday. The odd spot of rain.
Only a little fair weather cloud bubbling up across parts of the southeast and London. Plenty of spring sunshine again, but not quite as warm.
There'll be lots of sunshine for much of Wales, though notice towards Pembrokeshire there may be some nagging cloud through the morning.
It's going to be mostly sunny day today for the Midlands with very little cloud around. Winds will be lighter than on Saturday, but temperatures will be down a couple of degrees as well.
Now, plenty of spring sunshine across the northeast by lunchtime with barely a cloud in the sky. Similar to the rest of the country, though, it's going to be a touch cooler than of late.
Similar picture as we look across Scotland. Some eastern parts may be a little cloudier, but for most there'll be plenty of sunshine on offer.
Now, a band of cloud is going to sweep eastwards across parts of Northern Ireland, and here there may even be a little bit of rain as well, although most places should stay pretty dry. Remaining sunny for most this afternoon, but cloud and a little rain pushing into the far west and far east, and that's how your weather is shaping up.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 6:22. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Bev, live across the UK on your TV and on your radio.
Now, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are in the Caribbean. Lucky them for their week-long Platinum Jubilee tour. However, the first part of the tour was cancelled as protesters spoke out against them landing a helicopter on a football field.
Well, let's talk to Charles Ray, former royal correspondent for The Sun. Morning, Charles. What do you make of all of this? It's been a bit of a bad start for the couple.
Oh, good morning, guys. I don't think it's a bad start. I think it's just a fly in the ointment, to be perfectly honest. I can't quite understand why they're really upset. It just seems that the organisers out in Belize didn't tell the people of Indian Creek that William and Catherine would be the ones who'd be landing the helicopter on the football field. It's not as if they were going to be landing in the middle of a football game. And this stems from a land dispute with a company called Flora and Fauna International, of which William is patron. And there's been a big row over a number of years over who owns a disputed piece of land that adjoins this in the Indian Creek. I think it's... I'm not actually... think that in the time that I've covered royal tours that there's been an event that's been cancelled right at the last minute. So from that point, it's a bit awkward. But they're just going to visit another farm, and I'm sure they will be welcoming the royal couple with open arms.
It's an 8-day tour, isn't it? It's their first foreign trip together since the start of the pandemic. They're going to visit Jamaica and the Bahamas. What benefit do you think these sorts of tours do for the royal family?
Well, I don't think they do that much for the royal family. It's more for the people of the places that they are visiting. I mean, they are the ones who enjoy the royal visits, and especially when the Queen went, all those years ago to Jamaica. The tours themselves are essentially to keep the links with people who are in the Commonwealth. And as you quite rightly said, Bev, we haven't been able to have any tours for at least 2 years. And obviously the Queen's getting on a bit now, 95, so she's not going to be doing any more overseas tours. So it's essential that the tours and the links remain with the royal family. And of course, these countries, as we saw recently, where some of them want to have independence, but they still retain the links with the UK.
That thrill, isn't there, Charles, of seeing a royal in the flesh? I mean, there is something quite extraordinary about it, and I don't quite know why. I don't know why it is, but I mean, I love to do it, and I'm sure lots of people do.
Well, one of the things, Stephen, is that every time Australia decides it's going to have a referendum to, boot out the Queen in respect, we just send over, a popular member of the royal family, and that referendum disappears, to be perfectly honest. But you're absolutely right. When royal tours happen, people come out in their droves. It is I sometimes can't understand it, because they're standing there for hours and hours and hours just to get a few seconds glimpse, in most cases, of the particular royal that's going to make the visit. But the royal tours are not easy if you're a journalist or a cameraman or whatever, because you've got to get there much earlier than they are there, so that you can be ready for the inevitable faux pas, perhaps, or comment that's made. It's quite intense.
Yeah.
Charles, for the couple themselves, will this feel like work, or do you think the royal family sees some of these trips as a bit of a holiday? as well? Or is
no,
it
no.
quite
They
a
never see
grueling
them as-
schedule?
Oh no, it's Bev. I can assure you, it's not a holiday for the royal family.
Looks very
and
nice.
It's certainly not a holiday for the entourage. They've got a lot of things that they've got to get right and everything else. I mean, yes, they are exotic places, and if you're sitting at home in Wigan, on a cold, frosty morning, you think, oh well, they're lucky things to be out there. Yeah, I understand all that, but these are quite arduous tours. In the sense, because you're going to be meeting an awful lot of people. There's a lot of protocol to go through. There's a lot of diplomacy to go through as well. You cannot afford to upset people. I mean, the people of Indian Crete, they're talking about colonialism. I think that's stretching a little bit too far. And people in Belize will remember the tour. They may not remember the protests by the people of Indian Crete.
Okay, Charles, really good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Do you know what? I saw the Queen when I was, 9 or 10. She visited Urswick in Furness. And I remember the green outfit she had on. I remember it vividly. Haven't seen her since. I would give my eye teeth to go and see the Queen.
Would you?
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
I hung out with William and Kate a bit.
Oh, here we go.
Just like
here we go.
Friends of friends of friends. Like so.
Really?
I don't have any dirt to dish, and I don't think it would be polite to do so. But my general impression was she is the perfect royal because you don't know how she feels about anything. William is, Kate is she's a blank piece of paper.
Right.
A bit like that in real life as well.
Right.
But, so actually, that's kind of what they need. Somebody like Meghan Markle came along with lots of opinions and lots of politics, and it didn't go down well.
No.
I mean, I wanted her to go. I really, really wanted a strong woman with great opinions to be kind of a young person coming into the royal family, but it didn't kind of pan out like that, did it?
It's a difficult position. So it's a difficult family to marry into.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem.
I wouldn't want to marry into it.
I'd love to meet William and Kate.
Yeah.
There you go. Maybe one day.
And actually, William was much more attractive in real life.
Was he?
Compared to what we were just talking about. He's got very charismatic. I suppose he would be. He's going to be the king.
Yeah. He's going to be king one
Tends
day.
to have a certain attractive cachet.
What, the millions of pounds? And
no, it's more
and
confidence.
crowns?
You know what? It's more like, men who were happy in their own skin, who were confident, very attractive.
Really?
You know what I mean?
No, not really. But there you go.
Let us know what you think.
I'm permanently on a diet. Anyway, stay with us. We've got plenty more to come, including all of the newspapers for you. We're going to be talking to Petri Hoskin and Nabila Ramdani.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
Right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
That you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is Headliners.
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 6:31. Good morning to you, whether you're on the TV or listening to us on the radio. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Bev.
OK, a couple from County Durham, are at the Polish border picking up 18 Ukrainians who they've invited to live with them.
Yeah, Paul Aitchison and Helen Kell wanted to do more than donate, so they took to social media to find families in need of refuge. Our North East of England reporter Rachel Sweeney was there to wave them off.
A feeling of helplessness watching the Ukraine invasion developing has led to a life-changing decision for Paul Aitchison and Helene Kell.
So we're going to house them. I can't wait for them to go, just to make them feel safe.
They posted to Facebook to say they had a home available. Within 60 seconds, they were flooded with messages from desperate Ukrainian families. They've made space for 2 families to live in their farmhouse. 7 adults and 11 children will have a safe place to sleep in just a few days.
Bunk bed in here. We do know the children's ages and names. We feel quite children. So this little girl's just turned 13 yesterday, so we only found out that, so we literally wrote happy birthday on then. Yeah, got them all clothes that they've got something to, a little present for them when they arrive, just something little. So next bedroom, we've got so bag for the gent who's coming, little present for him, little present for the mum, and little Mikey he's only 2. We've got a lovely bag of things for him, the little monkeys.
It's an emotional time even preparing the farmhouse. Helene says it will be incredibly difficult at the border.
We know we're bringing people back, but having to leave the rest of them, seeing babies, I don't know what we're going to see, we don't know what we're going to actually... So yeah, actually coming away from there is going to be probably pretty hard. I just hope we feel really good when we are able to give blankets out to keep them warm, some Mars bars, just all the things that we've packed in the car to help.
The couple's kindness has captured the hearts of others in the area, and now they can utilise the journey to the border to take donations. The local community has donated more than £1,000 to go towards fuel and supplies as the family makes their way to the border. As well as that, 200 bags of clothes, blankets, medical supplies have been donated too. On top of this, Paul's employer Nissan has funded the trip.
So I approached my work, Nissan at Sunderland, and I asked what support was available. They have funded the entire journey for me. They've provided vehicles, and I think it's above and beyond what I was expecting. So it's fantastic, yes.
Courageously and selflessly saving strangers from conflict.
Food, warmth, a roof over their head, and they can have as long as they want.
And what does Durham have to offer?
Everything. We're northern. Northern people, we have everything to offer. We're so friendly. They'll be accepted by a lot of people, and I know that we'll never need for anything while they're here.
The Northeast people, salt of the earth. You couldn't ask for better people to be so hospitable, so generous, of hearts as big as dustbin lids.
Opening their homes and their hearts to those desperate for refuge. Rachel Sweeney, GB News, County Durham.
And Rachel will be there when Helen and Paul return home, and we'll let you know how those Ukrainians are settling into British life.
OK, let's take a look at today's front pages now.
The Sunday Times has the storm that's blown up around Boris Johnson's choice of words at the Tory Spring Conference. In Blackpool yesterday, he likened the war in Ukraine to the struggle for Brexit, drawing criticism for comparing voting to risking lives.
The Observer joins the Times in leading on Boris Johnson's choice of words to the Spring Tory Conference, with EU figures pouring scorn on the offensive remarks.
Sunday Telegraph reports divisions between the Prime Minister and the Chancellor over nuclear power. Boris favours building new nuclear plants to meet future energy demands, but the paper says Rishi Sunak is against the idea.
More Rishi Sunak in the Mail. He says it is his mission to slash your taxes, in the strongest hint yet that he could cut fuel duty and income tax.
No way back for Putin, says The Independent, echoing the Prime Minister's words in Blackpool, where he said Western nations must never re-normalise their relations with the Russian president.
A classic headline in the Sunday People, Doctor Who. The paper joins the Sunday Mail in speculating that actor Hugh Grant could be in talks to become the next Doctor Who.
Don't believe a word of it. Honestly, don't believe a word of it.
No, I don't.
More on Ukraine in the Sunday Mirror. A picture of a child refugee, well, children, 3 children there, along with the headline, "He can't kill our dreams."
And in characteristic style, the Daily Star has taken a lighter approach to its front page today. Room with a Woo is the headline, and they're reporting on Britain's most haunted hotel.
As long as it's not Whitwoo, we're all right. Let's go through the papers now with broadcaster Petri Hoskin and fellow broadcaster Nabila Ramdani. Morning to you both. Good to see you both this morning. Let's kick off with the Sunday Times. Petri, should we? The Prime Minister it wasn't the best choice of words yesterday.
Most of the papers have picked up on this, as you can imagine, and there's untold fury at the comparison. I don't like saying these words, to be fair to Boris Johnson, but it seems, in my view, what he was trying to do was to make himself look a bit like Volodymyr Zelensky, as in giving us freedom. So that's what I think he was trying to do. I think he was trying to go, and look, I gave you Brexit, and that makes me as tough and as brilliant as Zelensky. Read the room, Boris. Just read the room. And an embarrassment to us, really, I think, any comparison to that. I mean, I was with a mate last night, and we were going, what? Don't remember the EU shelling us, bombing us, killing us.
Yeah.
You know, it's an ugly comparison, and it is not worthy of a British Prime Minister. Unfortunately, this Prime Minister thought it was worthy of him.
Well, you say, you compare him to Zelensky. There's a lot of criticism, not least of all from opposition parties, and Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, actually compares him to Basil Fawlty.
Yes,
you can see why.
I mean, that's probably a more likely one.
Boris Johnson is a national embarrassment. His buffoonery contrasts with the courageous leadership of President Zelensky. To compare a referendum to women and children fleeing Putin's bombs is an insult to every Ukrainian. He's no Churchill. He's Basil Fawlty. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. And I have to say, Boris Johnson is making absolutely shocking speeches at the moment, especially when you consider...
It seems like he's getting a bit
the gravity of
carried away, doesn't it? But it's in the same way as Macron. Did you see Macron earlier on in the week, sort of wearing similar clothes to Zelensky? There's this, and he's got an election coming up, and so there's this...
Mimicry, almost. It's
it's almost like they want it to be subliminal, but we're not that stupid, But
it's crazy. Insensitive about this fun, knockabout approach to such tragic events. There's a demonic war going on, and I think it's very inappropriate and out of order. Actually,
of course, he will suffer for that.
Yeah, he will. The Sunday Express, Nabila, looking at the different type of weaponry which Putin has got at his disposal now.
Yes, the Sunday Express goes on a desperate Vladimir Putin who has upped the ante by firing a hypersonic missile capable of carrying nuclear warheads. There lies the difference. Capable. I mean, it's still a conventional missile that he launched, but that's the first time apparently he did that, and it travels. We are told it travels at more than 5 times the speed of sound, and it destroyed a weapons storage site in the west of Ukraine on Friday. That has all been confirmed by Moscow. Of course, Russia has never admitted before that. Of using high-precision weapons in combat, and the state news agency has now confirmed this, and using it during the conflict as well in Ukraine. So I think it's it says a lot about Putin trying to flex his muscles and showing NATO.
Yeah, I mean, the worry with
capabilities are.
The worry with this particular weapon is that there is no defence system yet that is quick enough. So we don't have the defences against this if he were to turn them onto Europe or anywhere else. It has a range of 1,240 miles, which puts a lot of European capitals now provenly within his reach if it were to go further. And like I said, the biggest worry with this, we don't have the defence machines to shoot it down because they're so fast.
Yeah.
But I think a factor of all wars is also that it's, dare I say, the perfect opportunity for the military-industrial complex to test their weapons, and the Ukraine war will be no different. And it's sad but true, but that a lot of boffins in Russia will be relishing the chance to try out, to make those weapons more effective in the sense that they could be more destructive.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, real-world tests. Petri, this is interesting in the Sunday Telegraph as we look more towards, because as a result of all of this, we look more towards energy security, I think, than we have done seriously for a long time. And nuclear power has always been a clean option.
Very unpopular. Very unpopular after things like Chernobyl, because people see them as being unstable. But yes, it is certainly a solution for Britain. But the trouble is, so this story is basically about Boris Johnson being frustrated with Rishi Sunak over resistance to new nuclear power plants. Now, it seems that the resistance is that they will cost around £2 to £3 billion each to build. They will take between 5 and 7 years to build, and then they've got to be tested. So probably we're looking at 8 years before one comes online if we start today. And the money's got to be up front. And also my understanding is that China has a large slice of the contract to build nuclear weapons, nuclear power plants. So if, where China is at the moment is very... we're very uneasy with them, offering to help Russia, etc., etc. So are we really going to give those billions to a country that we haven't decided yet whether we can trust in this conflict or in future wars? And also, if you've got China building these nuclear power plants, what's to say that they wouldn't build in a back door to either shut them down or to weaponise them? We don't know. And at this time in the world, who can we trust? We've just learnt we can't really trust many.
I mean, we'd want people closer to home to be building them, wouldn't they? I mean, for
security purposes, absolutely.
But for the economy as well.
For the economy as well. But do we have the skills? Do we have the knowledge? Do we have it all here in order to do that? What was the deal with China? Maybe it's a deal that we can't, that says if we build one within the next 20 years, China's got to have a slice of the pie. We need to have a look at those contracts. We need to see if we can get out of them. And I wouldn't trust many countries, to be honest with you, to build something that could be turned against us.
Speaking of making deals with unsavoury regimes, we've seen the Prime Minister going literally with his begging bowl to Saudi Arabia. And as the leader of the opposition put it quite rightly, he was going cap in hand from one dictator to another, and that is not an energy strategy by any means.
But this is what's quite interesting, isn't it? Because you feel like, well, what was our energy strategy? Because obviously world events have now thrown those into chaos. So did we have an energy strategy just built on naivety?
Well, not only we don't seem to have an energy strategy, but we seem to have an inconsistent sense of outrage. Because I can assure you the Yemenis would be appalled by the fact that their lives are considered less important than Ukrainian lives. And yet the British military-industrial complex contributes in a very sinister way to the bombing and shelling by Saudi Arabia that we equip.
Wait for a deal from Iran. Because nobody's been able to buy their oil. They've got masses of it because of the terrorism link. But now, what a coincidence that Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe was released from prison and that debt was paid. That historical debt was paid. So wait for us to jump into bed with Iran.
Oh, you never know how these things work. Let's have ourselves a little bit of cheery news, Nabila, should we? Because according to the Mail on Sunday, our taxes are going to go down. We may get a reduction
How is he going to do
fuel
that?
duty.
Or are we?
Well, Rishi Sunak, he could be there at the spring statement on Wednesday.
It all sounds to me like sound bites to make us maybe digest a pill that's not particularly welcome at the moment. You know, it's all related to energy, isn't it? Now, you know, energy bills are going up. Cost of living is going up as well. So I don't know if these are false promises that we're being...
Well, it'd be odd if and the fact that Rishi Sunak has said it is his mission to slash our taxes.
Really?
2-3 days ahead of the spring statement.
Presumably he means once he's Prime Minister.
Something's got to happen, otherwise he's going to have egg on his face.
But look, he can afford it.
Very consistent with Tory policies in a way.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just having Labour in.
But the tax take now from higher fuel cost is giving him billions.
Yeah. That's right.
So he's got more in his purse.
No, that's a good point, actually, Petri, yeah.
Yeah, he's got more in his purse than we think. And also, employment is a lot higher than they planned for these tax hikes, so they're getting more from income tax as well.
Yeah.
And the barrier is staying the same before you pay. He's got more money than he thought he was going to have because of world events. So the one thing that he should do is stop fannying about with this and just pause the national insurance hike. Just stop it.
Yeah.
Just stop mucking about. Get on with it. Cut that national insurance hike and just say that's what you're going to do.
Can you say that as a verb at 6:48 on a Sunday morning?
It doesn't mean...
Let's hope so.
Not a noun, it was
It's
a verb.
not rude.
So.
It's only your mind.
Oh, she's filthy.
I know.
Goes with the territory.
It's not rude.
Now, you two ladies, I both know, like a nice fancy night away in a hotel. Don't you? You both enjoy that. You both enjoy living the high life. Petri particularly. I'll tell you in a bit. Petri likes a fancy night out. Are you going to head to this place in the Daily Star Sunday? I don't know where it is, but it's a room with a woo.
There are plenty of woos I'd like, but not from a ghost. I mean, I don't think so.
It's Britain's most haunted hotel, and if you check in, you are warned that wailing spectres may disturb your sleep.
I don't think it was a ghost.
Do you fancy a bit of that?
Not really. I'm not into that kind of...
No.
Well, for me.
Something that goes bump in the night?
They're not real, so it wouldn't matter.
You never know. You never know.
Let's go, and I'll prove it to you. Mind you,
I'm not staying in the same room as you. Snoring would be terrible.
Yeah, it would be from you.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Ladies, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
OK, I'm sure our GB viewers have noticed there's been a lot more sunshine in recent days. It's been lovely, hasn't it? The Met Office says we could be in for a week of sunny days with temperatures hitting 20 degrees over the next few days.
Well, of course, it is the start of spring today, which is, hopefully good news. Let's talk to meteorologist John Hammond, who joins us now. Happy spring, John. It's felt like it's a long time coming. What are we going to see over the next few days?
It's fantastic. I don't know about you, it's the best time of year. You can keep your blistering 30-degree heat when it's as lovely as this at this time of year. 20 degrees, actually, we reached in the Northwest Highlands. It's quite common, actually, this time of year that the northwest of Scotland actually sees the highest temperatures, which is kind of counterintuitive. You associate that part of the world with low temperatures, perhaps. But no, the air has been toppling down from the mountains, and that's what brought the highest temperatures across that part of the world. But widely, yesterday, we were up into the mid to high teens. It's not that unusual. If you just cast your minds back to this time last year, we actually reached the mid-20s. So it's not that freakish. But this fine weather, as you say, is going to continue through most of this week. Not as warm today. You'll notice the difference. Today, a few degrees lower. So we're back down into the sort of low teens at best, probably across most parts of the country, despite the sunshine. But actually, over the next few days, those temperatures are going to rocket back up again. So by the middle of the week, I think a few of us could be up into the low 20s. And then gradually easing back down again later on in the week. But we're talking about, a few degrees. Basically, it's a fine, dry, and at times pretty warm week ahead. In contrast, To other parts of Europe, the other end of the continent, down across parts of Greece and Turkey, they're having snow at the moment. And temperatures here are higher than some Mediterranean resorts. So things are kind of topsy-turvy at the moment. Let's enjoy it while we can.
And it's the vernal equinox today. What does that mean?
Well, today is the time when actually the days become longer than the nights. So up till now, the nights have been longer than the days. But the sun, the overhead sun, is crossing the equator, which means from here on in, for the next 6 months, the days are longer than the nights. It takes a little bit of time. There's a bit of a lag between where the sun is in the sky and its effect on the ground. So it takes time for the sun to warm the ground, which is why actually the coldest months are January and February, not December. And the warmest months are July and August, not June, despite the fact that June is technically the middle of summer. It takes a little while for things to warm up. So things will continue to warm for the next several months, and the peak of the heat will be July and August. But as I said, I'll take this heat over the blistering heat that we sometimes get in the middle of summer. I don't know about you.
I mean, no wonder, though, we get a bit confused, John. I mean, though, in a way, why? Because it happens every year. But we seem to have gone from it being, I mean, certainly where I live, bitterly cold only a few days ago, to now this lovely sort of, as you said, this lovely spring warmth breaking through. And there you go, he's gone. Oh, dear. We've lost John Hammond there. He didn't like my question.
No!
He's unplugged himself.
Talking about the fact that it was going to be daylight and he just went completely dark.
Yeah, well, there you go. It was interesting, though, with that weather. Let us know what the weather's like where you are, actually. GB Views at GB News. Simon is in Shifnal in Shropshire. Morning to you, Simon. It's a lovely morning here, he said, and a day for getting my garden done. You can sort of get out. What relief to get out and do that sort of spring tidy up of the garden now. It's a nice time to do it.
Absolutely. Annie's got in touch to say she always looks forward to God Save the Queen at 6 o'clock in the morning, and she's watching in Hailing Island.
Fergus is lying in his bed, sun coming in from the window. He's done the dishes from last night's roast chicken, very nice too, getting ready for a serious test of his new car with my girlfriend later this morning. Oh, very nice. Mind you, put it on economy mode, Fergus, because you know what the price of fuel is like at the moment.
Exactly.
So that's... now, where June says, morning to you two, just having a bit of toast and a cup of tea, was going on holiday to Cyprus on Wednesday with good friends, Lisa and Mel.
Oh, no.
But they're down with COVID, so they had to cancel.
Oh, dear.
That's the trouble. Those numbers are really spiking at the moment.
And we're going to be doing a debate on mum versus mam versus mum a little bit later. What do you call your very special person? It's Mother's Day next weekend, of course. And Ed has said none of the above. We usually use, mam in the northeast, says Ed. And Mal says mam as well. And my son calls me mum.
Yeah. Mother for me, or mum. Mum or mother.
Mother.
I've never been one for mam.
No, I think that's a bit of a Geordie thing, isn't it?
No, not necessarily.
Is it not?
No.
That's just a bit of an education.
See, my other half calls my mum mam.
Oh, that's nice.
So that's like, what do you think?
You call her mother all the time.
Mother. Morning, mother. Yeah. Yeah, well, but I think that spans from, because when I grew up, we had my grandma living with us.
Yeah.
And she was always mother.
Yes.
She was always mother. Everyone called her, well, we did, the kids didn't, but the mum and dad called her mother.
Yeah.
And so that sort of mother thing has just stuck.
I mean...
I quite like it. I mean, there's a lot of affection.
Mummy? It's always a moment when your children stop calling you mummy and call you mum. That's when you know they've grown up. They're too old to call you mummy.
You see, I do know, certainly some Southerners I know who are sort of in their 40s and 50s and still call their mum mummy.
I think it's a bit of a class issue, isn't it?
I think that's
a bit.
I think it's a bit weird.
I do too. But we've both got friends who'll be watching this who now know we think it's a bit weird.
Sorry. God, Northern Ireland. Someone messaged from Northern Ireland earlier on. Sandra says it's mammy. It is always their mammy over there. So there you go. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it?
It is. Tweet us at GB News or gbviews at gbnews.uk on email.
Yeah, coming up there, we've got plenty more to come, including another look, of course, at the very latest situation in Ukraine. But looking ahead to the weather for you, and it's going to be a chilly start, then fine and sunny for most, a bit cooler than yesterday. So let's have a look at the details.
In the southwest, there's going to be some cloud around, meaning it won't be as sunny as Saturday, and the odd spot of rain is possible, but it won't be as windy either.
Only a little fair weather cloud bubbling up across the southeastern London. Plenty of spring sunshine again, not as warm.
There'll also be lots of sunshine for much of Wales, though notice towards Pembrokeshire there may be some nagging cloud throughout the morning.
It's going to be a mostly sunny day again for the Midlands. Not much cloud about. Winds will be lighter than yesterday, but temperatures down a couple of degrees.
Plenty of spring sunshine across the northeast this lunchtime with barely a cloud in the sky. Similar for the rest of the country. It will be a touch cooler, though, than of late.
It is a similar picture as we head north to Scotland. Some eastern parts a little bit cloudier, but for most there'll be plenty of sunshine on offer.
A band of cloud is going to sweep eastwards across parts of Northern Ireland. There we go. And here there may even be a little rain, though most places will stay dry. Remaining sunny for most this afternoon, but cloud and a little rain pushing into the far west and far east. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
The Prime Minister urges China to get off the fence and join the global condemnation of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 20th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV and on your radio.
Coming up this morning.
Boris Johnson calls on China not to choose the side of evil as the war in Ukraine stretches into its 25th day. So we ask, when will the bloodshed end?
Ahead of his spring statement, the Chancellor says his goal over the rest of the government's term is to cut taxes. So will Rishi Sunak help households struggling amid the cost of living crisis?
A gripping finale to the Six Nations rugby, France taking the crown in front of their fans in Paris with a dominant win over England. We'll bring you that and the rest of the sport with Aidan McGee.
And mum or mam, not awful, mom, please. Gran or nana, it's been a hot topic in the GB newsroom. We're going to wade into the debate on what we call our nearest and dearest.
So let us know what you think. GBviews at gbnews.uk or send us a tweet at GBnews. Well, we're going to start with reports that an art school in the port city of Mariupol has been bombed by Russian forces. The Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, called it an act of terror and said it will be remembered for centuries.
Meanwhile, Boris Johnson is urging China and other neutral countries to join global condemnation of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It follows his speech at the Tory Spring Conference, where the Prime Minister compared the struggle of Ukrainians to British people voting for Brexit.
Well, the UK Defence Ministry says Russia has failed to gain control of Ukrainian airspace. It comes after Moscow claimed it deployed hypersonic missiles.
So for more on this, Patrick Benham-Crosswell joins us now, former army officer and military expert. Good morning. First of all, can I have your response to Boris Johnson comparing Brexit to the plight of the Ukrainian people?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where he's going with that, to be honest. And no idea what he's talking about.
I mean, certainly an interesting choice of words. Look, how concerned should we be about these hypersonic missiles, which we're told Russia has now deployed? Because, I mean, the key issue with those seems to be that there's very little way to defend against them.
Indeed. I mean, hypersonic missiles were evolved really to sink aircraft carriers, which, among other things, have a lot of air defence on them. Shooting down incoming missiles is not easy at the best of times, or incoming ballistic missiles. I mean, you may remember in the first Gulf War, the US Patriot was engaging Scud missiles, which come down a little slower, but on a more predictable trajectory. And they were hitting about 1 in 2, 1 in 3. What the hypersonic missile does is gives you two things. One, it is effectively uninterceptable. But anti-ballistic missiles aren't that. More importantly, it has a lot more energy, so it can penetrate the ground before it explodes. So if you had something that was buried deep underground, if you lobbed a normal missile at it and it burst on the surface, it might not damage it. A hypersonic missile would get further into the ground and deliver a lot more energy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big concern. Patrick, can we ask you just to stay there just for a second, because I just want to take everyone to Hungary, where Rosie Wright is for us this morning. What's happening, Rosie?
Yeah, a very good morning to you. I'm at Zahon train station here. It is right on the border with Ukraine. At 4:45 this morning, a train came in from a small city in Ukraine called Chop, and many of these people are now waiting to get on trains just behind me here that are going to go to another Hungarian city, one that's about an hour away, and then a little bit later this morning there's a train to Budapest. People spent the night here waiting to go to then, once they get to Budapest or to the next train station, they then have greater access to the EU. These people working out where they're going to start the next part of their life. Now, joining me as well is this man called Alexander. Thank you very much for speaking to us. A fairly extraordinary story. Alexander has come from Kyiv and has been allowed, with government permission, to come right back into Hungary to then go back into Ukraine with humanitarian aid. Just explain what your plan is today.
Скажи, какие планы на сегодня?
На сегодня планы у нас. Я приезжаю в Ужгород и беру помощь на Киев.
Take the humanitarian aid to Kyiv. Some medical treatments, chocolate, long-term food, also hygiene food and everything. What is they needed in Kyiv, and actually we send it by train to Kyiv. And from Kyiv I will take the people evacuated from Kyiv to here.
I know that over the last few weeks you've been helping people in Ukraine to flee from Kharkiv and from Kyiv. What kind of situations have people been in?
Какая ситуация? Вот ты помогал эвакуировать с Харькова людей с разных стран. Ну скажи, какая там сейчас ситуация в этих городах? Что там?
Ситуация очень плохая, потому
что
людей очень много.
Because there's so much people who want to go by train.
Даже у прохода.
It's fully booked. You cannot even stay in this wagon because because, for example, so much people in one train. Because they try to close the train, but people like need to stay on the railway to wait for next train. It's a pity, but it's a great story.
Now, all these people here, they're trying to leave. You're going back into the city with this humanitarian aid. What is it that people desperately need who are still there?
Что самое главное, что им нужно, тем людям, которые остались в Украине? Потому что тут много людей, которые хотят уехать, а ты возвращаешься обратно. Что людям в Украине сейчас больше потребностей?
Сейчас самая большая потребность это помочь ЗСУ.
It's more needed. We need to help the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense and Territorial Defense.
Нужны бронежилеты,
They need to armor тепловизors.
Ну, чтобы обороняться.
For defending themselves. It's more than needed.
Ну и необходимость в еде, ну, чтобы люди.
Also, they need a food because it's difficult also to get this.
What does it feel like to see your city looking like that?
Как тебе вот видеть твой город после бомбежек, после атак таким?
Я вам хочу сказать, это ужасно.
Honestly, it's
ужасно,
horrible.
Что происходит сейчас в стране.
It's what the situation in our country, in Ukraine.
Я надеюсь, мы победим.
I hope we're gonna win against Russia. And glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Alexander, thank you so much for talking to me. Alexander's got to take the train with the aid later on because there is currently no access via the road to get there because the routes, the access they would have taken, those roads have been destroyed. Alexander showing remarkable courage, bravery, resilience, going back into the country that all these people here behind are desperately trying to flee.
OK, Rosie, thank you. Thanks for that update. Let's return to former Army officer Patrick Benham-Crosswell. I mean, interestingly, Patrick, we were talking to Valery Marakov, who used to be sort of well in at the Kremlin, who is now in exile here in the UK. We were talking to him yesterday, and he was saying he believes now, because this has hit worst-case scenario for Putin, that they are now just pursuing a strategy of trying to get as many people out, 2/3, 3/4 of people out of Ukraine as possible. I mean, is that a strategy that you can see being enacted now?
Well, I mean, I think they've definitely got themselves to stalemate because they're fighting in the cities. They don't have enough strength to seize any one city easily. And there's evidence from the Maxwell satellites that most of the Russian forces are now digging in. So they're staying there to hold the ground, which makes it easier for them to stay there, harder for the Ukrainians to dislodge them. So around Kiev, apparently, they're digging trenches to do that. The second problem the Russians have got is, of course, the thaw is coming, which means that they can't fight the way they would usually fight with armoured vehicles out in the open country, which gives them a problem. I suspect what they're going to probably do is take one city at a time and try and link up so they can move along what they call internal lines, so they don't have to go all the way back and all the way round. They can move round, assemble force, and it may well end up being a protracted session of siege warfare. You know, possibly back to the Iran-Iraq war of the cities. For sure, this wasn't what they planned. If in terms of would they let people out, maybe.
What, Patrick, do the Ukrainian leaders do about a city such as Mariupol? There are 400,000 people that effectively have been trapped there for 2 weeks. The city is besieged. Is there anything that the Ukrainian forces can do? Or do Russia have a grip on that? What happens next?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, if Mariupol is surrounded, there's almost nothing that anyone outside of Mariupol can do. You could get closer and try and relieve the siege, but then the Ukrainians get the same problem the Russians have. They're advancing against a dug-in position, and it's a question of amassing sufficient force and firepower, which I don't think either side can do in any one place to win a battle. So I'm afraid, the future the immediate future for the occupants of Mariupol is pretty bleak. The siege of Leningrad is a great exemplar. 2 years or over 2 years, and more Russians died in the siege of Leningrad, which was successfully resisted. More Russians died in that than Britons died in the entire Second World War. They've got the entirely predictable problems of food, water, sanitation, and disease. Plus, of course, those Ukrainians that want to fight have got a shortage. Will be running down their ammunition supplies.
Yeah, I mean, what do you see as an end game here, Patrick? I know we've asked this of you before, but I mean, this does change sort of week in, week out. Is there an end game here? I mean, what we would consider a sort of conventional end game?
Yes, my crystal ball is still no better, I'm afraid. I think everyone's going to, de facto, not least because of the weather, have fought themselves to a standstill. The Ukrainians will carry on sniping and making the Russians' life miserable. The Russians will carry on shelling to make Ukraine. And there's going to be a pause in the spring when the ground is thawed and we harden. It's then going to be a case of, okay, if you like, double or quits. Or maybe sit down and someone can get in and mediate and say, stop this. It's hard to see how the Ukrainians are going to accept a position that is anything other than the status quo ante. And it's hard to see that the Russians are going to accept anything other than some form of territorial gain. And then there's the argument about who pays for the trashing of the cities and the Russian argument about, well, can we have our broken tanks back? So I'm afraid I don't see this ending easily anytime soon unless there is a game-changing diplomatic move.
Yeah, which looks unlikely at the moment. Patrick Benham-Crosswell, former army officer and military expert. As always, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your expertise in all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Bev, have a great day.
Thank you. Keep waiting to see a glimmer
of hope.
Of hope from all of these people who know a lot more than us, and we keep thinking, come on, tell us what the outcome's going to be, and every day they say, I still can offer you nothing.
Or at least it's like, how could this end? You know, it's not even. I mean, when is a question, but it's how.
I guess I don't know. One particular Russian commentator I thought had a pretty good insight. It was perhaps it just ends up with a divided Ukraine, and that the sections, particularly to the east around the ports, that Russia wants, they have to concede those, and the western half of the country becomes more European, and basically Ukraine is split down the middle even more than it kind of already was.
But the issue with that is, of course, the Ukrainians wouldn't take it. But on the other hand, neither will the rest of the world.
Yeah.
They won't. And so even if that did happen, then you're going to end up with a Russia that is completely isolated, which then causes its own problems. So I don't know. I just don't. I cannot see. And that's the concern with all of this. But of course, that's why we talk to the experts for you and try and. And if you've got any thoughts, I mean, it's about providing you with information so you can make up your own mind on what you think on how all this is playing out. And let us know, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Let's bring you up to date with all the headlines at 7:14. And Boris Johnson is urging China to join the global community in its disapproval of the war in Ukraine. The PM believes some of Xi Jinping's team are having second thoughts about Beijing's neutral position against Vladimir Putin's invasion of its neighbour.
Detectives have launched a manhunt following the murder of a 19-year-old woman in Clerkenwell, London. Police say early indications suggest 22-year-old Maya Maroof had been in a relationship with the victim and that they had been together that evening.
Ahead of the spring statement on Wednesday, the Chancellor says his aim over the rest of the government term is to cut taxes. Speaking in the Mail on Sunday, Rishi Sunak hinted at the realignment of spending rather than any big new allocations.
Government ministers allegedly knew that P&O ferries were going to slash 800 jobs before staff members were told. Reported in the Sunday Times, ministers were told by officials it would ensure that the firm remained a key player in the UK market for years to come.
More than 1 in 4 people plan to work beyond retirement age, according to a new study. It's by the Restless Group, found that many can't afford to stop working. Others plan to stay in their job out of choice.
Millions of people in England will begin to be offered coronavirus booster jabs this week. The NHS says the vaccine will be available to care home residents, people aged 75 and over, the immunosuppressed, even if you are immunosuppressed aged 12 and over.
The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are in Belize for day 2 of their Caribbean tour. It's sparked controversy amongst some local people there, including objections to the couple's helicopter landing site. Loads of you getting in touch this morning. I just love it when you get in touch with us.
Thank you.
And a few of you talking about Prince William, because I was saying, he's changed a lot since he was a young man. He has changed a lot. And I wasn't trying to be critical, just making an observation, I guess, putting it that way.
I think you said he hasn't aged very well.
Well, yeah, I don't think he aged very well. Some people get better with age, don't they? And some people just don't. Manuela's been in touch. Morning to you, Manuela. It says, when he was 16, he looked really like his mother, and I think we all thought he'd stay that way. I remember seeing you, Stephen, when you first appeared on Sky, which was back in 2000. It's a long time ago. You're not looking the same either any longer. We all age. Like wine, some improve and some just go off. Love the show. Well, you're quite right. I mean, I was 24 when I first appeared on Sky.
You look good.
No, 25 maybe 25. And I'm now 48. So
yeah, me too.
Go.
We're both 48.
So if I looked different then, well, I'm not surprised. A lot's happened. A lot of years have passed. Look at all the grey.
Well,
all the grey at the sides.
I have a significantly younger boyfriend. That takes a few years off your life, ladies, let me tell you. Julie has said, I'm watching you in sunny Buxton. Nice to hear from you, Julie. She says she disagrees with us on Prince William. There's one photo where I think he looks very handsome. He's got a look of Prince Philip. I do know what you mean. She says not all of the photos are great. Maybe he just isn't very photogenic.
No, maybe not. Archie, morning to you, Archie. There's a Scottish name for you. He's watching in Alexandria, not far from Loch Lomond, on the bonny banks, having porridge with apple and blueberries. Nice. I love Loch Lomond. I've not been there for a long time. It's so beautiful, that mist in the morning.
When we're talking about our energy strategy, whether we even have one, I feel like we've been caught napping, haven't we? And Robert has said the tide moves 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. The wind doesn't always blow. The sun doesn't always shine. We have more coastline than any other countries. We need tidal power generation. I think regardless of where you sit on the climate debate, actually, the idea of using non-renewable fossil fuels, it just doesn't feel like the right thing to be doing, does it?
You've got to look towards the future. Tidal power, they've looked at tidal power for a long time, and they don't seem to have come up with something which works efficiently enough yet with tidal power. But you're quite right. I did see something, actually, this week where a company is looking for a lot of investment now. I can't remember if it might be an Australian company. Geothermal energy.
Oh, is that heat from the middle of the earth?
Yeah, basically. And they're wanting to drill these sites, which are with boreholes 20 kilometres deep.
Wow.
So it's twice as deep as anything we've drilled before. 20 kilometres deep. It'd get you into bits of the magma of the earth. And if you had sites, sort of a site in each country, in effect, unlimited clean energy.
Why not? We've got to try
anyway.
something, haven't we? We've been having this conversation for decades. It feels like we've not really moved on with our renewables in the way that we should have done.
Yeah, and also the sites around where they're actually a pretty small footprint as well. So that, I think, could be a really exciting project. It would probably take 100 years to get them all built.
And insulate our houses properly. We need to insulate our houses properly. I know the government have had some slightly sort of half-baked schemes, haven't they, where you could get a grant to insulate your house, but it's never really taken off. I think it's if you're having building work and you want extra insulation, you can contact, and there are government grants you can get to do that. But
the problem with things like that, I think, is you get calls, don't you, from people saying, "Oh, yeah, have you heard about the government scheme to get free insulation or to get free solar panels?" And I've never done any of it because I think, is it a scam?
I know.
Is this just a scam? So I don't know. And you know, they don't get very well publicised.
No,
so
they don't.
I don't know what is actually available and what isn't, but
if you do, let us know, won't you?
Please,
tweet us at GBNews or contact us gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Up next for you, though, we've got the French victory in the Six Nations. We'll take a look at all the sport with Aidan. But looking ahead to the weather for you, and it's going to be a chilly start, then fine and sunny for most, a bit cooler than yesterday. So let's have a look at the details.
In the southwest, there's going to be some cloud around, meaning it won't be as sunny as Saturday, and the odd spot of rain is possible, but it won't be as windy either.
Only a little fair weather cloud bubbling up across the southeastern London. Plenty of spring sunshine again, not as warm.
There'll also be lots of sunshine for much of Wales, though notice towards Pembrokeshire there may be some nagging cloud throughout the morning.
It's going to be a mostly sunny day again for the Midlands. Not much cloud about. Winds will be lighter than yesterday, but temperatures down a couple of degrees.
Plenty of spring sunshine across the northeast this lunchtime with barely a cloud in the sky. Similar for the rest of the country. It will be a touch cooler, though, than of late.
It is a similar picture as we head north to Scotland. Some eastern parts a little bit cloudier, but for most there'll be plenty of sunshine on offer.
A band of cloud is going to sweep eastwards across parts of Northern Ireland. There we go. And here there may even be a little rain, though most places will stay dry. Remaining sunny for most this afternoon, but cloud and a little rain pushing into the far west and far east. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
That you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 7:24. Very good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Bev. Here we are on your TV, on your radio, and online. Anne says, love your show and cannot wait to go on holiday to France this Thursday. Can I watch your show on the move to France? Yes, you can, Anne.
On the app?
On the app, or on YouTube, or just logging onto the website. I think there's a live stream on there as well. So, yes, you can watch us wherever you are.
OK, we're going to look at the big news, sports stories, big sports news stories from this weekend. Aidan McGee is with us. Hello, Aidan.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Well, we're all right. You've got another cooking injury, have you?
Yeah, I know. No, I bought these new knives. They're very sharp. They're very nice.
Did they match your pans, though?
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
They're
good.
the same company. It's the same kind of teal blue with a dash of gold.
Your mic's not on.
Oh, is it not?
Where is it?
So that's probably spares the
spares the viewers hearing about is yet another cooking
Is
injury.
that better? Can we hear it now?
Oh, there you go.
We've been-
Good stuff.
You're on now.
Yeah, I feel like I've been getting to know you, Aidan, these last 2 weekends. This is my last day
it's a
today.
cooking
Anne will
injury,
be back.
unfortunately. I don't know if you can see that there. It's just it's where I was cutting some celery.
It's actually quite.
Yeah, it is. Oh, be
deep
careful.
on
Some
that.
blood might come out.
I just love how seriously he takes his cooking and his pans.
I got the texture just right last night. It was the consistency. I won an art trophy in 1989. There's no reason at all I shouldn't be good at cooking.
Right.
So it's good that I've taken it up recently. The nutrition was excellent. You've got carrots in there, you've got celery, you've got a bit of garlic, all the rest of it. You've got the right seasoning. It was fantastic, I have to say.
Unlike England in the rugby.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, listen, they played all right. They played OK. You're up against France now, who I think they're on the verge of greatness, you know. I really do. I watched the game yesterday. They haven't won the Six Nations since 2010. They have never won a World Cup. There are echoes of France 98 in the football here, where the whole nation is behind this exceptional team. You think back to France 98 in the football, they had Zinedine Zidane. Well, Antoine Dupont is there, Zinedine Zidane, if we switch codes momentarily. Rugby is very strong in the south of France, in the southern regions, the whole of the north. I mean, Saint-Denis last night, you see those pictures there of the team celebrating. The whole country is getting behind this team. Who knows where they could go? They made England look distinctly second best and average yesterday, although, having said that, England didn't play all that badly. But yeah, as I say, a Grand Slam, which means that not only did they win the Six Nations, but they beat every team along the way. Ireland won 4 out of 5 matches, so good tournament for them. But we must also talk about Italy and Wales. I mean, a hell of a shock. Italy had lost 36 matches in a row. And then they go to Wales. They are losing 2015 with about a minute to go. And then from nowhere, Italy plunder a try and win their first match. Now, there's been lots of clamours recently. I'd be one among those who were saying that Italy probably shouldn't be in this tournament. They're too weak. They're not good enough. So at the bottom of the table, there's only, I mean, even winning yesterday only gives them 4 points. Put it in context, France finished with 21, Ireland 20, big gap down to England on 10. So Italy probably shouldn't be there. They've been called to be replaced by South Africa, which is, you know, something in itself because they're in a Southern Hemisphere team. But I would say that yesterday, that was one in the eye for people like me, who would say that it won for the little guy, Italy, winning that in Wales. They've lost 16 in a row at Wales as well. And there was a big party in Wales because 2 of their big players, Dan Biggar and Alan Wynne-Jones, are celebrating caps milestones, 100 caps for Dan Biggar, 150 for Alan Wynne-Jones. Wow. Italy come along, rain on their parade. Their captain described it, Michele Lamaro, as unreal. So big day in rugby yesterday. We should also point out that Ireland beat Scotland 26-5 in Dublin.
FA Cup yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this Chelsea bandwagon just keeps on rolling. I mean, I've spoken a few times about this in recent weeks. It can be really difficult to take all this stuff and the nonsense that's going on around Chelsea in the last few weeks out of the dressing room. Their manager is doing an exceptional job. That's a tough trip yesterday. Chelsea knew that was going to be a tough trip, and I'll tell you why. Because early in the week, they made a very cheeky request to the FA to say, can we not just play this behind closed doors? No one really wants fans up at Middlesbrough. It's going to be a bit... In other words, it's going to be tough for us. It's going to be a partisan crowd, only 700 Chelsea fans in the away end because the tickets were sold a few weeks ago.
Oh, of course.
So they said, can we not just play it behind closed doors? It was a sign of the Chelsea armour kind of weakening a little bit. Middlesbrough said, absolutely not. The FA said, absolutely not. We've sold tickets. But having said that, they went there and they did a very, very professional job. Romelu Lukaku gave them the lead after 12 minutes. Inside 20 minutes, his 12th goal of the season. They won that game 2-0, and they're into the quarterfinals of the FA Cup now. Semi-finals of the FA Cup for the 5th time in 6 seasons. Now, what I would say about that is that that's now one, apart from the Carabao Cup final, that's 13 games, 12 wins, and they didn't even lose the Carabao Cup final until it went to penalties. So Thomas Tuchel is coming out of this very, very well. He's saying the right stuff. He's showing real leadership, befitting of a man who's won the league and the World Club Trophy and the Champions League in the last year or so. He's showing exceptional leadership in a time when this is unprecedented. No football club in the history of, certainly not in the history of the English game, has been engulfed by geopolitical problems. Not really. To the point where they could even be shut down. And a quintessentially British institution like Chelsea being shut down. He's leading them through, and they keep winning games. Who knows? They're still in the Champions League. They're going to finish in the top 4. They're still in the FA Cup. Could turn out to be a fantastic season for Chelsea.
Yeah, how ironic, isn't it? Because you think they'd be sort of wrong-footed by it, if you like.
Oh, massively. I mean, look, footballers are a different breed. They look for excuses.
But also sportsmen are a different breed, and they will look. You know what I mean? Like they will take this as a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, look, this
to prove everybody wrong.
Chelsea, that's right. So it depends on the mentality of your dressing room. That's what separates the really elite footballers and sportsmen from the ones who are just slightly below that. I remember working at Manchester City years ago. And I couldn't work out why all these races... No, I wasn't in the kitchen. No. That was before my culinary skills really sort of came to the fore. Which is you know. Like,
what were you doing at Manchester City?
I wasn't working there. My ex-girlfriend was working there. And I was working at the News World. It was my business to hear what was going on there. You know? Anyway, I said, why are these players so pampered? Why is everything done for them? Surely, you're not creating that fortitude and that toughness to go out and for these players to perform. And she said, if we do everything for them, when it goes wrong, they can't blame us. So that's what it's about. And that's why they had the name tags on their pegs in the dressing room and things like that. And they brought in a nice birthday cake when it was one of their birthdays. And
we should try that here.
Yeah. I mean, always,
that'd be nice.
If it happened now, I could potentially make the birthday cake, couldn't I?
You could make the birthday cake. Oh, there's a thought.
Exactly.
Aidan, we shall catch up with you a little bit later on.
Guys.
If you're making yourself a drink.
The machine's on the blink.
Oh, is it?
Oh, no.
Well, just avoid the knives, is what I'm saying.
If you're interested anyway, FA Cup today, Crystal Palace versus Everton, 12:30, Southampton, Man City, 3 o'clock, Nottingham Forest versus Liverpool, 6 o'clock kickoff later on today.
Forest, I love Forest. Stay with us, so we've got plenty more to come, including all of your front pages with Petri Hoskin and Billa Ramdani.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
.33, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Bev on your TV, on your radio and online.
Now, a couple from County Durham are at the Polish border picking up 18 Ukrainians who they've invited to live with them.
Yeah, Paul Aitchison and Helen Kell wanted to do more than just donate, so they took to social media to find families in need of refuge. And our North East of England reporter Rachel Sweeney went to wave them off.
A feeling of helplessness watching the Ukraine invasion developing has led to a life-changing decision for Paul Aitchison and Helene Kell.
So we're going to house them. I can't wait for them to come, just to make them feel safe.
They posted to Facebook to say they had a home available. Within 60 seconds, they were flooded with messages from desperate Ukrainian families. They've made space for 2 families to live in their farmhouse. 7 adults and 11 children will have a safe place to sleep in just a few days.
Bunk bed in here. We do know the children's ages and names. We feel quite, children. So this little girl's just turned 13 yesterday, so we only found out that, so we literally wrote happy birthday on then. Yeah, got them all clothes that they've got something to, a little present for them when they arrive, just something little. So next bedroom, we've got so bag for the gent who's coming, little present for him, little present for the mum, and little Mikey he's only 2, and we've got a lovely bag of things for him, the little monkeys.
It's an emotional time even preparing the farmhouse. Helene says it will be incredibly difficult at the border.
We know we're bringing people back, but having to leave the rest of them, seeing babies. I don't know what we're going to see. We don't know what we're going to actually. So yeah, actually coming away from there is going to be probably pretty hard. I just hope we feel really good when we are able to give blankets out to keep them warm, some Mars bars, just all the things that we've packed in the car to help.
The couple's kindness has captured the hearts of others in the area, and now they can utilise the journey to the border to take donations. The local community has donated more than £1,000 to go towards fuel and supplies as the family makes their way to the border. As well as that, 200 bags of clothes, blankets, medical supplies have been donated too. On top of this, Paul's employer Nissan has funded the trip.
So I approached my work, Nissan at Sunderland, and I asked what support was available. They have funded the entire journey for me. They've provided vehicles, and I think it's above and beyond what I was expecting. So it's fantastic, yes.
Courageously and selflessly saving strangers from conflict.
Food, warmth, a roof over their head, and they can have as long as they want.
And what does Durham have to offer?
Everything. We're northern. Northern people have everything to offer. We're so friendly. They'll be accepted by a lot of people, and I know that we'll never need for anything while they're here.
The northeast people, salt of the earth. You couldn't ask for better people to be so hospitable, so generous of hearts as big as dustbin lids.
Opening their homes and their hearts to those desperate for refuge. Rachel Sweeney, GB News, County Durham.
Well, Rachel will be there when Helen and Paul get home with the people they're going to be taking care of, and we'll let you know how they're settling into British life next week.
OK, let's take a look at today's front pages. The Sunday Times picks up on the storm that's blown up around Boris Johnson's choice of words at the Tories' spring conference. At the event in Blackpool, he likened the war in Ukraine to the struggle for Brexit, drawing criticism for comparing voting to risking lives.
The Observer joins the Times in calling on Boris Johnson's words to the spring conference, with the EU figures, it says, pouring scorn on what they call offensive remarks.
The Express leads on what it calls Putin's invincible missiles. Russia launched a hypersonic missile which travels at more than 5 times the speed of sound at Ukrainian forces yesterday.
Sunday Telegraph reports divisions between the Prime Minister and the Chancellor over nuclear power. The PM favours building new nuclear plants to meet future energy demands. The paper says the Chancellor is not very keen.
More from Rishi Sunak in the Mail. He says it's his mission to slash your taxes in the strongest hint yet that he could cut fuel duty and income tax.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Wouldn't it?
Dare to dream. Let's go through the papers in a bit more detail this morning with the broadcasters Petri Hoskin and Nabila Ramdani. It's good to see you both this morning. And Petri, let's kick off with the Sunday Times, should we? David Cameron, who we never hear much of these days, is heading to Poland.
Yeah, there's a lot of people at the moment, aren't there, doing a lot of good, being altruistic and doing good because they just want to do good.
Oh,
and then there's David Cameron. David Cameron, which, I mean, it does look like virtue signalling and I may be being unkind, probably am.
Photo op.
Yeah, but a photo op.
You see...
Rebuilding his reputation.
I was the same. I had a word with myself. I thought, is it just that I'm not going to drown in the milk of charitable human kindness, in my opinion, to this? Because you never hear from David Cameron. He's gone off the radar. Yeah. Lots of ex-Prime Ministers sort of pop up here and there. He hasn't. However, you see him behind the wheel of a lorry. Why is he publicising it? And then I wonder, well, what's the point of this? What is he about to do?
Terrible publicity recently in relation to his business deal, so I guess there might be some PR work going on here, but it's still admirable, I think. And I do love this idea of the Dunkirk spirit kicking in and, everybody joining in to, go east and try to bring help to the Ukrainians. And it seems to me, it seems incredible that such a senior figure is actually able to do this.
Yeah.
We always hear about, the immense security around people like the former Prime Minister Tony Blair and even Prince Harry, who apparently...
Yeah, but I don't think anybody cares about David Cameron.
It's way too dangerous to visit his grandmother without an army of armed guards.
Well, yeah, to be fair, though, David Cameron won't be doing any of this without British armed police, presumably.
Well, he does have a security detail, but I don't know whether they're with him. Look, at the end of the day,
I mean, he's still at the edges of a
refugees.
war zone. He's hardly visiting Buckingham Palace. You know,
But the refugees won't care as long as there's aid and help. So it doesn't matter where it comes from. So in that sense, it doesn't really matter. But I just do wonder that there's a lot of political leaders at the moment who are apparently seemingly jumping on bandwagons a little bit. And it's like we're too stupid to notice it.
I'd be more impressed. I mean, as Nabila's right, if it's doing some good, shouldn't knock it. But I would be impressed if we found out about this afterwards.
Yes. Rather than on his own Twitter feed with a nice selfie of him behind the wheel. I don't know. We're just all very... Look, I mean, you know what? Maybe, in his defence as well, he has been trying to advertise the work of the particular charity that he's working with. If I had the name of it to hand, I could do that too, but I don't. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's called the Chippy Larder.
Thank you, Petri.
And it's called the Chippy Larder because it's from Chipping Norton.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
So that's what it's called. It's called the Chippy Larder. And these are people who give cheap food supplies, and they started off with handing out food during lockdowns and things like that. So they've just gathered a lot of food and a lot of stuff, and they're taking it to the Ukrainian border with Poland.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's just doing what he thinks is right. I've always found David Cameron to be a thoroughly nice man when I've met him. So maybe he's just being nice. I don't know. And we're just a bunch of cynical old hacks. Which could be the truth.
Did you say hacks or hags?
Of course I said hacks. As if I dare say anything else. To the Observer, Nabila, looking at this. I mean, this was around yesterday as well. Gordon Brown and John Major calling for a Nuremberg-style trial of Putin. Well, it's not going to happen. Is it?
I mean, they're calling for the creation of a new international tribunal to investigate Vladimir Putin and all those who helped plan his invasion to Ukraine. It's a petition that's been launched online. It's targeting 2 million signatures, but so far they've had 740,000 people around the world signing it. And in Brown's words, he said that Putin should face a day of reckoning. Now,
yes, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would agree, but it's the whole... Again, is this... What are they trying to achieve?
Well, it sounds like virtue signalling again, doesn't it? And the idea that Putin will ever face any kind of trial, I think, is absolutely ludicrous. And as Nabila and I were saying in the green room, why poke him? I know, but poke the bear even more.
Well,
and say whatever happens, you're going to...
is, of course, a very good one, but I think the focus now should be on resolving this conflict before thinking of even punishing those who are responsible for starting it. And many of the Nuremberg defendants ended up being sentenced to death, so it might not be the best time, to suggest to Putin that this kind of justice is awaiting him.
No, it's not going to agree, is it?
No.
There should be plenty of diplomatic channels opening up and attempts to negotiate the route to peace rather than...
I think actually our Russian exile who was here yesterday,
Valery Marakov.
Thank you. He was very insightful, I thought, yesterday on this show, and he said he doesn't care.
He doesn't care?
He doesn't care. So it's not as though he's going to go... He's not going to open the paper and go, oh, blimey, Gordon Brown thinks I might face a Nuremberg trial, I might rein it in. So then you think, well, what is the point of making
it
these
just
noises?
feels again like this, puffing out your chest, trying to be the big man, or virtue signalling. This is really bad. We know it's really bad. And yes, he is a war criminal. That is of absolutely no doubt, because of the weapons he's using and the way that he's using them. And of course, this, just stomping into Ukraine for no particular reason.
Yeah, and I think the evidence of war crimes is overwhelming.
It's overwhelming.
But
he's never going to face trial.
Should come at the right time.
Why would he care? Why would he care?
Yeah.
It's like being banned from the Eurovision Song Contest to him.
But why would China then care? In the Sunday Times, Petri, I mean, the PM yesterday sort of saying, look, neutral countries like China need to sort of plant their flag, as it were. Neutral. China
I think
isn't
neutral. I absolutely was just about to say that. There is absolutely no way on this planet that China is neutral. We know about the China and Russia relationship, and the fact that they're trying to play both sides of the coin at the moment, aren't they? Because they don't want to upset the West, and they certainly don't want to upset Russia. Yeah, they need the money. But we need to be very careful with China, because China owns, in terms of bonds, great swathes of the Western world, right? So, particularly American bonds, they, when governments need money, what they do is they sell a bit of themselves, if you like, in terms of a loan. So somebody will buy a bond in America, and that's how you raise money, and that's how we raise money here as well. We sell bonds backed up by, our economy or whatever. But if China were to call them in at any point, we'd all be absolutely stymied. We'd be done if they said, right, we want all our bond money back now, please. So we've got to be very careful with China. But China is not going to get away, I don't think, with sitting on this fence for very much longer, particularly as Putin ratchets up the weapons that he's using. There's a chance that false flags could be used, so he can so pretending it's Ukraine when it's Russia, so he can use ever more devastating weaponry. There will come a point where China has to declare its position, and they're sort of softening their view. They're saying we condemn it. That's not the same as saying we condemn.
What we really
condemn
don't
violence, not saying condemn the war.
We really don't want them, though, is to go, OK, you're going to make me choose, I choose Russia.
Well, it's not going to be us making them choose. They will choose because they either want the money or the friendship. I don't think we can make them choose. Look, China's human rights record, everything about China at the moment is the way it's forcing itself on Hong Kong after promising it wouldn't. It is absolutely hideous. Talk about getting into bed with bad regimes. This is one of the worst, and always has been. The Chinese people, lovely. And the Chinese regime, absolutely.
Talking of another side of evil, the article also warns about Prime Minister Johnson's visit to Saudi Arabia to go and try to find an alternative to oil supplies. They are, of course, human rights accused.
They've just executed. On the day he arrived, 3 people were executed.
Yeah, it's appalling. Johnson barely raised the issue about Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist who was allegedly murdered by the Saudi regime. But we have plenty of evidence of Saudi bombs with weapons and armaments supplied by the British, shelling and indeed murdering civilian population in Yemen.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure about.
We choose our evil, don't we?
Well, we do.
We choose who we want to get into bed with, and it seems incongruous with each other. How can we not like that regime and yet court that one? And I've never quite understood how they rationalise that.
Amorality.
There's a lot of it.
Comes to mind.
We're out of time. Nabila and Petri, thank you both very much indeed.
You don't want us anymore?
I don't want you anymore.
Right.
You're back later, aren't you?
Yeah, and Nabila, what do you call your mum when you talk to her?
Mum.
Mum.
Maman.
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 French. Maman. What about you, Petri?
I don't call my mum anything.
Oh.
I don't get on with her.
Oh, OK. Well, you probably call her something there, but not a word.
Yeah, not a word I can use on the...
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Well, that's put you on the spot.
I don't care.
You shouldn't care.
My son calls me Amma, Mama, Mum.
Amma?
Yeah, that was from old, when he was younger, he called me Amma. And just...
Mother?
When
only
he
if he's
wants
taking
something.
the Mickey.
Now, we're asking because we want to know, what word do you use for mother?
Well, here in the newsroom at GB News, they've been discussing this throughout the night, I think, and disagreeing on what word to use for mum, ma, mummy, mother.
Yes. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Let me show you my mother. Should we? See, mother. That's how it comes out. And I do call her mother. If I'm writing in a card or anything, I say mom. But when I'm talking to her, it's mother. There you go. That's my mum and that's my dad.
Oh, that's nice.
That's lovely. That if you're watching up north, that's at the top of Hode.
That's cute. Oh,
That's
lovely.
the very top of Hode.
That's your mother. It's Mother's Day next weekend, of course. We're kind of going to a bit. And look, there's my mum. That's Joyce. She's a mum, and that's my little baby one there, who's 10. She doesn't know I'm going to put that up. She'll have just spat a tea out in bed.
Be furious.
But mum, it's a mum. It's a northern. And if I'm really, angry, mum.
Yeah, well,
Mum, what are you doing?
Bridget's been in touch. Morning says, this is a photo of my beautiful mummy, Mary Hattie, when she was 17 years old. Oh, bless, that's a lovely picture. She's now 95.
Wow.
Still as beautiful. I'm 68, and I still call her mummy. I tell you what, to have your mummy at 68, well, how lucky are you?
Yeah, that's lovely. I tell you what I don't like, though, is the kids now, because they read so much American books and watch American programmes, is mom.
Mom.
Mom?
No,
I mean, they don't say it, but sometimes they write down mom on, and I go, no, it's M-U-M.
Apparently, if you're a Bromley, they say mom a lot.
Yeah.
So there you go. Well, why is all of this going on? Let's talk to Senior Lecturer in Language, Linguistics and Communications at the University of Manchester, Dr. Alex Baratta. Really good to see you this morning. Look, is this just a regional issue?
It is. It's nothing more than a healthy variation of language. So we have mum, and of course pronunciation can change from mum in the north to mum in the south, mam, mammy, ma, mummy. I mean, mammy is more Northern Irish. You will hear mam, I think, more in the northeast of England. So it's nothing more than variation. The societal attitudes, though, in terms of, well, which is the right one, and mum is right and this one's wrong, there is no right or wrong. Once millions of people are using a given form, then they've decided for themselves that it's right. They've codified it in their own way.
So much of English and British language, of course, it's got slight class connotations as well, hasn't it? Sort of social mobility issues around the word. So mummy, as an adult calling, it tends to belong, I think, to the higher...
The posher end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both regional and class. So maybe the two can sometimes go together depending on where you're from. But definitely I think class is part of it. No question. So it's about identity, really. I mean, not trying to over-theorize, but certainly you're from a certain region, a certain class group, a certain national origin. And so that's going to depend and influence how we use this one key word. And of course, we can use different words at different times too, regardless of perhaps class or region. I know I used to watch Dallas a lot in the 80s. As the extra JR, I'd call my mom Mama, which some people may have seen as childish, but it was based on what I'd picked up on the show. It started out as a joke, but then it remained for a long time.
It's interesting that I was saying earlier on that part of because I call my mom mother when I'm talking to her, and my brother does as well, but we grew up with our grandma, who lived with us, who my mum and dad both called mother. So although it sounds a bit harsh in some respects or a bit formal, actually there's an awful lot of connotations of love and warmth that we associate with it.
Yeah.
I think it's another good point, yeah, because besides the basic meanings, we could say mum and mam and mom all mean the same thing. Yeah, the connotations definitely, for some maybe switching to mother. For some might sound formal, but for others, it would have more warmth, and likewise, mummy. So beyond definitions and semantics, there's definitely those other connotations that can be built into words and how we might change in different situations. But all these are just healthy variations, so nothing really to worry about.
Alex, forgive me, are you American or Canadian?
No, originally from the United States, Los Angeles.
Okay, so do you have the same variations in mom and mommy in the States? Is it tied into class and regionality in the same way as it is here?
No, definitely not class, but I would say regionality. I mean, mom is the given pretty much from coast to coast, but you would hear maybe mama, maybe more in the South. So I think it's not so much class, but I think more about, you've even here in the East Coast, I don't want to stereotype now, but, your old lady, that kind of thing, maybe. So there's a bit more, regional differences as you'd expect, but I think pretty much mom tends to be the default standard. I don't like to use the word standard, for want of a better word.
I tell you what intrigues me though is the grandparent side of this as well. I mean, particularly, I always had a grandma and a nana, but there's nana, there's nanny. When I lived in Nottingham, a lot of people had their nanas. I mean, it's so fascinating to travel around the UK and pick up on all these little different things.
It is, and from a linguistic reality, is usually quite boring. We just look at it and say it's variation, it's change, it's normal. But societal reality, I don't think about this word per se, but I mean in terms of we get some nasty, set beliefs like this accent is ugly, or grammar is deficient, or it's a failed attempt to learn standard English. These kind of labels are nothing to do with linguistics. These are to do with the societal reality. Again, not this word. I don't think there's any huge fighting over it. There might be, though. It's mum, not, ma'am or whatever. But there is those two realities. Linguistic reality will always be trumped by societal reality, unfortunately, I think.
Just one last quick question, Alex. I could talk to you all day, particularly about the losing woman, women, man, blah, blah, blah. Is there any threat to the word mummy and mother?
Not that I know of. I have heard, not much, but I know there's some discussion about,
parents
changing things. But I don't think there's any threat. As long as people keep using it and reproducing it, then no threat at all. It'll continue on its merry way. There might be some new words in the future, but that's another subject.
Good news. Thank
Alex,
you.
Good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. Let us know what you think. GBNews at gbnews.uk. We've got the headlines coming up for you in just a moment. But looking ahead to the weather for you, and it's going to be a chilly start, then fine and sunny for most, a bit cooler than yesterday. So let's have a look at the details.
In the southwest, there's going to be some cloud around, meaning it won't be as sunny as Saturday, and the odd spot of rain is possible, but it won't be as windy either.
Only a little fair weather cloud bubbling up across the southeastern London. Plenty of spring sunshine again, not as warm.
There'll also be lots of sunshine for much of Wales, though notice towards Pembrokeshire, there may be some nagging cloud throughout the morning.
It's going to be a mostly sunny day again for the Midlands. Not much cloud about. Winds will be lighter than yesterday, but temperatures down a couple of degrees.
Plenty of spring sunshine across the northeast this lunchtime with barely a cloud in the sky. Similar for the rest of the country. It will be a touch cooler, though, than of late.
It is a similar picture as we head north to Scotland. Some eastern parts a little bit cloudier, but for most there'll be plenty of sunshine on offer.
A band of cloud is going to sweep eastwards across parts of Northern Ireland. There we go. And here there may even be a little rain, though most places will stay dry. Remaining sunny for most this afternoon, but cloud and a little rain pushing into the far west and far east. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
The Prime Minister urges China to get off the fence and join the global condemnation of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Sunday the 20th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio and online. Coming up for you today.
Boris Johnson calls on China to not choose the side of evil in the war against Ukraine as it stretches into its 25th day. We're considering when is the bloodshed going to end.
The Chancellor's putting the final touches to the spring statement coming out this week. With inflation rising and living costs soaring, what is Rishi Sunak going to do to help us all?
The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are in Belize for day 2 of their Caribbean tour, but there's been controversy among local residents. We'll have more on that.
And mum, mam, gran or nana, it's been the hot topic in our newsroom here. You've been sending in your views to add to the debate, so we'll be sharing your views on what you call your nearest and dearest a little bit later on. You can join in too, gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us at gbnews. Well, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has condemned Russia's incessant bombing of the city of Mariupol, calling it an act of terror.
Meanwhile, Boris Johnson is urging China and other neutral countries to join global condemnation of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It follows a speech at the Tory Spring Conference yesterday where the Prime Minister compared the struggle of Ukrainians to British people voting for Brexit.
Well, in the past hour, Mariupol Council says Russian forces have bombed an art school where 400 people were taking shelter. Let's talk to Colonel Richard Kemp, former Cobra chairman and British Army commander. Good morning to you. Good to see you again.
Good morning.
Look, we say this every time we chat, don't we? But what's your assessment of the strategy we're seeing being played out at the moment?
Well, I think very clearly President Putin still is trying to put sufficient pressure on Ukraine to get them to come to terms with him, to accept the conditions he has laid down for ending the conflict. And very clearly there's still a battering going on. It seems in the north around Kiev that the Russian advance has either stopped or at least has slowed considerably, while in the south they're continuing to batter Mariupol with the aim of establishing that corridor that they've been after from Crimea into Russia. So I think, though, north and south, those are the two main points. And it looks as if, and the UK Ministry of Defence has been estimating this, it looks as if we may be in for a long period of static activity. In other words, not very much progress, perhaps once Mariupol is taken, but maybe continued battering of the country until, as I say, Ukraine is ready to accept Putin's terms.
Richard, Boris Johnson, as we just said, has been urging China to take a side, effectively. Is that a wise thing to say at this point? And what would be the pros and cons of that decision from China?
I think it's extremely important that diplomatic pressure is placed on China, and that they understand the consequences to them if they do side with Russia. And of course they are anyway on Russia's side, but if they actively side with them by providing weapons and other military equipment and funding as well that they will need to keep the war going, I think that's something that China does have to understand, that there are consequences to them if that goes ahead. And I think that the chances of actually succeeding in that way is pretty limited, because the Chinese have the capability of delivering weapons and other munitions to Russia without us necessarily even knowing about it, without it being declared, without us being able to physically stop it. So I think that's the reasoning behind it. But I do think that it's very important to the war effort that not only the diplomatic, the economic restrictions, the financial restrictions on Russia from the West are applied, but if possible from everywhere in the world, including China.
You mentioned the possibility of things going a bit static for Russia. I mean, certainly around those eastern and southern areas for a time, as potentially, I guess, as they start to regroup. But what opportunities does that give the Ukrainians, but also the West, in terms of the limited backing we can provide?
Well, I think very clearly the Ukrainians will continue to need military resources, weapons, equipment, in various different forms and in large numbers, as well as financial backing. They're going to need that. Even though the war's gone static, it's very important that that the Ukrainian forces continue to attack Russian forces and to try and force their withdrawal, or at least to put them in as weak a position as possible, so that their terms are not maybe as strong as, and they don't feel in a position to impose as strong terms as they otherwise might. And it's not just about Ukraine. It's also about making Russia feel pain to prevent Putin from further aggression against NATO countries or against other countries. And I think the harder they can be hit, even in a static phase, if that's what we're facing, the better it is. And that's why our support to the Ukrainian army remains very important, and also our economic and financial and other pressures placed on Russia.
NATO leaders, including Boris Johnson and President Biden, are going to be meeting in Brussels on Thursday, later this week. What would be the best case scenario to come out of that meeting, do you think?
Well, I think, quite frankly, there's not much NATO can do about Ukraine apart from what it's doing now, and maybe stepping that up, but not in terms of any real change in direction. I think that's not very likely to happen now. So I think really the main issue should be defending the rest of NATO and ensuring that there's enough forces pushed forward into countries like Romania, Poland, the Baltic states, to be in a position to defend NATO should Putin decide to attack there. Now, the fact that he's maybe bogged down to an extent in Ukraine does not mean he will not look to carry out offensive operations elsewhere. It's probably less likely in the immediate future, but we need to, NATO and the NATO government leaders should be looking really to A, step up their military deployments in Eastern Europe, and B, agree on ways in which Western economies can be weaned rapidly off Russian dependency, particularly energy, oil and gas.
Look, just very briefly, because we're out of time, really, but in terms of that future deployment, this is going to have to be a major part of what our armed forces are doing then, is it? I mean, potentially for the long term here, securing those borders, heading to the Baltic states?
Yeah, we were based, and we still do have some troops based, but we were based in Germany from 1945 until very, very recently in large numbers. We had 3 armoured divisions in Germany at one point, and it was a similar kind of threat. It was the threat of the Soviet Union, as it was then, advancing westward into NATO territory, and that was a standard thing. Pretty much everyone in the army in those years, from 1945 until about 5 years ago, served in Germany. I spent about 10 years of my service in Germany. And I think that needs to be the future now for British troops to be deployed in Eastern Europe. That's where the major threat is at the moment to our own home and our own territory. And the one thing that is important, however, which I think our government does need to decide on pretty rapidly, is that we need more troops to do it. We just consistently cut our armed forces, Army, Navy and Air Force, ever since the end of the Cold War. The Cold War is now back. It's rather warmer than it was. We need more and stronger forces.
Yeah, OK. Colonel Richard Kemp, as always, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the United Nations Human Rights Council says that 1 in 8 Ukrainians are displaced. Let's talk to our reporter, Rosie Wright, who is in Hungary for us. Good morning, Rosie. Thank you for doing such a brilliant job this weekend. Let us know, would you, what the mood is like there this morning. We're hearing huge numbers of people being displaced. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, I'm at Zahon station in Hungary. It's just 2 kilometres from the border with Ukraine. A train came in from Ukraine from the town of Chop this morning, and just a few minutes ago other trains left this station going back to Ukraine. Of course, we're really associating this crisis and this conflict with people fleeing the country, but like Alexander that I spoke to earlier, some people are having to go back in, whether that's with humanitarian aid, with resources, and actually train is an easier way to do that in some cases because a lot of the roads have been really disrupted, in some cases destroyed. But what we can see at the station now is actually far quieter. A train left for Budapest about 20 minutes ago. Lots of people will be going there because once you get there, of course, you've then got access to majority of the EU. But I'd just like to show you inside the station as well. If we go through, when people arrive, there's ticket offices and there's huge numbers of volunteers. So people are giving you, if you've got, they call it a solidarity ticket. If you've got a Ukrainian passport, you can come in and say, look, I need to go somewhere. We'll just come through. Jim can follow me through here. Really quiet now because the train's left. We are expecting more trains coming in from Ukraine from about 9 o'clock onwards. So it's rare to see it like this. But there's information up everywhere and lots of sort of boards for people speaking different languages, so you can point at things and say, and it's really heartbreaking sometimes, but it might just be, I'm cold, I'm hungry. Here, look, if you want to offer accommodation for refugees, or if you need emergency accommodation, if you're a refugee, for example, here, and you don't know how to continue your travel. The other thing we're seeing here at this station is some really heartbreaking family reunions. I was just speaking to Olena. She's a 19-year-old history student. Let's just sort of imagine the life of a 19-year-old right now. The world's at her feet, excited with her studying. Her and her family, they were 40 kilometres from Belarus. Now, there isn't a humanitarian corridor for them to take. As she was in a car, it was a convoy, a car in a van, her driver from Belarus got shot and killed. Now, she didn't want to talk publicly on camera to it, but she explained the story to us and said, actually, from that point onwards, there was so much trauma, and I'm sorry this is difficult at this time of the morning, but what happened in the car, she can't actually even remember how she then escaped that situation. She managed to find some family, and then right now, about 10 minutes ago, just before I came on air to speak to you, she's been reunited with other family members. Of course, all females, because people's dads, their partners, their boyfriends, they've had to stay behind. It was extraordinary this morning speaking to Alexander, the Ukrainian who's left, who's had special government permission to leave the country, to then come back and go back into the country, back into the capital, into Kyiv with humanitarian supplies. Some quite extraordinary stories of absolute resilience. And people aren't overly emotional. People look quite tired and exhausted, but there aren't loads of tears. What there are instead are people who have this absolute steely resolve to get on with it and do the very best they can for them and often for their small children.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you so much. Rosie right there, reporting for us. It is these human stories, isn't it, that are so moving. I think the worst one I heard was yesterday. I saw a mother being interviewed, and she had a teenage daughter and a son who's 18, and he has learning needs and hearing aids. And they got to the border to cross, I think, into Poland, the mother, and they said, your son can't come with you. And she said, but he's not going to understand instructions from the army, and he may not hear because he has hearing aids, the battery's going, he has diabetes, can't get any drugs. And they said, tough. And she said she had to leave him behind. And, you know, I've got an 18-year-old son. I can't imagine. Can't imagine.
No, it's horrific.
Too much.
It is. It
horrific.
Is horrific.
Horrific.
You can understand as well why Rosie's saying there's not a lot of emotion, because people have it drained out of them, don't they? And this is the problem with all you get it time and time again when there are conflicts. It's what happens when it ends, and then that emotion comes back to the surface, and the trauma.
You run on adrenaline. I guess they're all running on adrenaline, and
awful.
Survival mode kicks in.
Look, it is 8:14. Let's bring you up to date with the key stories this morning. And the Prime Minister is urging China to join the global community in its disapproval of the war in Ukraine. The PM believes some of Xi Jinping's team are having second thoughts about Beijing's neutral position against Vladimir Putin's invasion of its neighbour.
Detectives have launched a manhunt following the murder of a 19-year-old woman in Clerkenwell, London. Police say early indications suggest 22-year-old Maya Maroof had been in a relationship with the victim and that they had been together that evening.
Ahead of the spring statement on Wednesday, the Chancellor says his aim over the rest of the government's term is to cut taxes. Speaking in the Mail on Sunday, Rishi Sunak hinted at the realignment of spending rather than any big new allocations.
Government ministers allegedly knew that P&O ferries were going to slash 800 jobs before the members themselves were told. Reported by the Sunday Times, ministers were told by officials that it would ensure the firm remained a key player in the UK market for years to come.
More than 1 in 4 people plan to work beyond retirement, according to a new study. It's a survey by Restless. Many can't afford to stop working. Others say they want to stay in their job out of choice.
Millions of people in England will begin to be offered coronavirus fourth jabs this week. The NHS says the vaccine will be available to care home residents, people aged 75 plus, and the immunosuppressed aged 12 and over.
Now today, people will bid farewell to the Australian cricket legend Shane Warne at a private funeral in Melbourne. About 80 people attended the service, including retired Australian Test captain Mark Taylor and former England skipper Michael Vaughan.
The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are in Belize for day 2 of their Caribbean tour. The trip has sparked controversy among local residents, including objections to the couple's helicopter landing site.
Mum versus mother. Mam is also a Welsh term of endearment for mother, says John. And Julie says, and we hear this a lot, that mom was sent over to the US from areas like Birmingham, where it's still used today.
Peter has got in touch. Thank you. My mother came from Sunderland, my father from Rugby, so I'm influenced by those regions. My mum died when she was only 56 years old from cancer, but we called her mum. My grandchildren are 10 and 8. They say mummy, which is normal, he says, but an adult saying mummy is weird.
We were talking about insulation, things of that nature, and what more we need to do because of all the increasing costs of energy and all the rest of it. And we were saying, you get these calls and saying, there's a government scheme, you can get grants, you can do this. Saying, well, how do you know it's not a scam? Well, I mean, clearly a lot of them aren't. But it's how do you know? Because these things aren't very well advertised. Helen says, I worked for a company offering insulation under the government scheme 12 years ago. Not a scam. Thousands of customers had their lofts insulated and were grateful. I'm sure they were.
Absolutely. And Lisa has said new builds in Austria have solar panels included on all the roofs. Why don't we? Seems a missed opportunity.
I think a lot of them are doing that now. A lot of companies are doing that.
You know what, though? My other half builds eco-houses. Oh. And so not a topic I was particularly interested in. Suddenly got very interested in it. And you can heat his houses with a hairdryer. They are that well insulated. And the people who own these houses have pretty much zero utility bills. And he would tell you that actually part of the problem is that the planning authorities, local planning authorities, still don't like solar panels. Don't they? No, it's still a battle to get a lot of these eco-friendly kind of measures retrofitted onto houses. But all the new houses, or every new house built really should have insulation like that. Every single one in it doesn't.
The thing with solar panels is now there are solar panels that look like roof tiles.
Yeah.
So you can't tell they're on.
And also, I don't
So why not just put those on every new house?
And is anyone really upset by a solar panel? I don't think so. There's much worse things you see in people's front gardens.
Yeah, Brian's got 16 solar panels on their roof. Morning, Brian. Generates up to 4 kilowatts of energy. I can use any and all of the 4 kilowatts. And if I use more, I pay normally.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So it is going to cut your bills. It's just a case of, well, how much do they cost to put them on? And if there is a government grant, Why don't we know more about it?
Yeah, we knew this was coming, right? We should have been building more eco-friendly houses for years. Lars has said builders, plasterers, the trades who do this job daily should be consulted and their advice taken on board. Couldn't agree more, Lars. I'm a plasterer. My house is totally insulated, damp-proofed, and my bills are really low.
That's the thing.
Thank you.
Don't want to waste the energy. Keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Coming up, we're going to be talking about the Chancellor unveiling his spring statement on Wednesday.
That's right. With inflation rising and living costs soaring, what could Rishi Sunak have up his sleeve?
But looking ahead to the weather for you, and it's going to be a chilly start, then fine and sunny for most, a bit cooler than yesterday. So let's have a look at the details.
In the southwest, there's going to be some cloud around, meaning it won't be as sunny as Saturday, and the odd spot of rain is possible, but it won't be as windy either.
Only a little fair weather cloud bubbling up across the southeastern London. Plenty of spring sunshine again, not as warm.
There'll also be lots of sunshine for much of Wales, though notice towards Pembrokeshire there may be some nagging cloud throughout the morning.
It's going to be a mostly sunny day again for the Midlands. Not much cloud about. Winds will be lighter than yesterday, but temperatures down a couple of degrees.
Plenty of spring sunshine across the northeast this lunchtime with barely a cloud in the sky. Similar for the rest of the country. It will be a touch cooler, though, than of late.
It is a similar picture as we head north to Scotland. Some eastern parts a little bit cloudier, but for most there'll be plenty of sunshine on offer.
A band of cloud is going to sweep eastwards across parts of Northern Ireland. There we go. And here there may even be a little rain, though most places will stay dry. Remaining sunny for most this afternoon, but cloud and a little rain pushing into the far west and far east. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 8:23. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Bev. We're on your TV, we're on your radio, we're online, we're just about everywhere. But the good thing with all that is, if you're watching on the TV and you need to go out, pop the radio on, take us with you.
OK, the Chancellor is putting the final touches to his spring statement on the state of the nation's economy. Rishi Sunak is due to unveil his plans in the House of Commons on Wednesday.
So what can we expect? Let's talk to Albi Amankona, political commentator. Good morning. It's good to see you today.
Good morning.
What do we think? Because there's some indications in the paper that Mr. Sunak is saying, look, you know, I want to make sure the rest of this government's term is about tax cutting, and is about having more money in your pocket. Are we going to actually hear anything that pushes in that direction?
I think it's difficult to say until the spring statement comes out later on this week. I think Rishi Sunak is certainly keen to push a narrative that this government wants to lower taxes in the long term, because, of course, we've got the national insurance contributions rises happening. We've had rises to corporation tax and things like that, sort of maybe unconservative measures. So he's certainly keen to push a message that the goal of this government is to lower taxes in the long term, but I'm unsure whether or not we'll see that in the spring statement.
So it's all about messaging rather than action at the minute.
Yes, because really, at the moment, that's probably all the Chancellor can do. Obviously, we've got the situation in Ukraine, which is going on, the cost of living crisis. We're coming off the back of the pandemic, where we've seen huge increase in government spending. And the Chancellor wants to send signals that perhaps the state won't be as interventionist in all crises that come.
I'm not saying... I'm going to try and phrase this carefully, Albie, because is it possible that some of the financial situation that we're in now is the war is allowing a little smokescreen to cover up perhaps mistakes which might have been made in the last 2 to 3 years? That's not to say that the war is a good excuse. Everybody would agree it's a terrible turn of events. But does something like this act as a little sort of help to governments in this situation if they've got financial mistakes to hide?
I don't know that it necessarily helps with financial mistakes, but certainly with other issues like Partygate, no one is talking about Partygate anymore. So I would agree with you when it comes to maybe smaller issues like Partygate, but on the financial situation, you know, it's absolutely right to say that the country's public finances are in a difficult position with inflation rising. We spent in December 2021 about £8.1 billion on servicing our debt interest. In December 2020, that figure was £5.4 billion. If you extrapolate £8.1 billion across 12 months, that's almost £100 billion just on servicing debt. That is almost as much as we spend on education, more than we spend on defence, and just over half of the NHS budget just on interest payments.
I mean, the Chancellor is stuck between a rock and a hard place, isn't he? Because as Oliver Dowden pointed out on... yesterday, or was it Wednesday? Can't remember. On Friday, can't remember. But saying, you know, we're starting now a 2-year campaign for the next general election. A general election where we know the government is in a tougher position than it was. Now, when it comes particularly to levelling up, when it comes to red wall seats and all the rest of it, that's going to involve spending a bit of money, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. We are starting the beginning of an election campaign. That election might come in 2023, so next year, or 2024, and it will probably mean that we do have to spend some more money in northern seats who lent us their vote in 2019 because they believed Boris Johnson when he said that he wanted to level up and spread opportunity across the United Kingdom. But part of spending public money, taxpayers' money, investing it in the UK economy, is about making the economy grow. So it's not just about spending money to spend on public services, it's about growing the economy so that we can lower taxes and spend more money on the services that we all enjoy.
We've been thinking the election will be 2024. I was quite surprised to hear the rumour today that it might be called for 2023. What factors would influence that decision by the Conservatives?
I think the main factors that would influence the decision on when the election will be is polling. We are still in a period where the Conservatives have been behind in the polls now since sort of last autumn when the Patterson scandal kicked off, and then Partygate really accelerated that polling fall. But what we've seen during the Ukraine war, and this is a common feature when it comes to conflicts, is it tends to give the incumbents a boost. And whilst we're still behind Labour in the polls, I think we're at 35 and Labour is at 39, we are starting to see an upward trajectory. So it would mostly be on polling and how far we are along in sort of implementing the policies of the Level Up agenda.
Where are we in terms of Fixed Term Parliament Act now? Is that gone entirely?
I think the Fixed Term Parliament Act has gone. So before we had the fixed term, or it's in the process.
Yes, of being ousted. I was going to say.
Before we had the Fixed Term Parliament Act, where I think we had to have elections every 5 years as a result of the coalition, and now obviously we're no longer in a coalition. We've got a huge majority Conservative government, so that piece of legislation, some might argue, is no longer necessary.
Yeah, I was going to say, because if it's based purely on polling, under a Fixed Term Parliament Act, you'd need the Labour Party, you'd need the Commons to approve it, wouldn't you? Which I guess would seem pretty unlikely.
Yes, it would seem unlikely. And of course, when we had the general election called in 2019, it was because the House of Commons approved it.
Spring conference yesterday, Boris Johnson's speech. How do you feel as a Conservative about the way it's been reported on the front pages of the papers today?
The way that it's been reported on the front page of the papers today focused on this comment about the comment he made about Brexit and comparing it to the Ukraine war, and that people voted for Brexit, not because they were anti-foreigner, but because they were pro-freedom. Which I think is a fine message, but it's obviously caused controversy with all the expected people, you know, people in the European Union, left-wing media outlets and so on and so forth. But I expect the media to sort of make that kind of reporting, but really when we think of the substance of the speech, when he was talking about the fact that he thought that Russia had invaded Ukraine, not because there's a real threat of Zelensky sort of hurting the Russian people that live in Ukraine, more about how Putin is actually concerned that there might be some sort of overthrow in Russia if Ukraine is seen to be successful. I think that's probably the most important thing that we can take from this.
But what's worrying from this, and as Petri, our paper reviewer, was saying earlier on, it's like, read the room, Boris. It's just, surely someone, whoever wrote that, because he won't have written it, a speechwriter's written that, and he's gone and approved it, but you'd look at that, wouldn't you, and go, this isn't the right tone. This isn't the right tone. You could have spotted a mile off what the papers were going to pick up on that. That's the takeaway headline.
You see, it's interesting when you say read the room, because that speech was for the Spring Conservative Party conference in Blackpool. Not necessarily the whole country, and certainly not the European Union. The whole point of Spring Conference, especially now, is about rallying activists, rallying support behind the Prime Minister, so that people can go out on the doorsteps in May when the local elections are coming up, and we're going to hopefully win some more councillor seats. I think that's unlikely. So that comment, people at conference broadly will have been very happy with, and it's about that room there, not necessarily the broader room of the United Kingdom and the rest of the world.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
Albie Amankona. We are out of time, but it is good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Let us know what you think about that. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Loads of you getting in touch. And, do you know, I knew when we got in this morning and our producer Anna said, what do you think about talking about mum and mam and ma and all the rest of it? Really interesting. And I said, people are going to want to email in about this, and by heck have you. Adrian says, up here in Northumberland, it's mam. Sadly, no longer with us. But well remembered, I'm sure, Adrian. John says, my friend calls her mother mum. My friend is 74 and her mum 96. 74 and you've still got your mum.
And Anne has said, we've always said mom in the Midlands, like the American with an O, mom. It's shorter for mother, or for mother, not mother, she says, with a U, which is our sort of northern.
Mother.
And Carol says, being an American, I called my mother mom as well. She passed away in December. My 5-month-old grandson will call me Bubby, which is grandmother in Yiddish.
Oh, that's quite nice. Dave from Scotland says, ma should not be used in London dialect because it's an instant Nick Cotton from EastEnders. It is. It is. More, of course, you go more.
Yeah.
If you're Scottish.
Oh, lots of you reminiscing, actually. Another, Sue has said, my mother used to copy our 2 daughters when they were young by calling mum in her own way. It sounded more like mom. Everyone thought it was hilarious. I think she's very clever. I will miss her.
Sue says, when my grandson was born, my daughter and son-in-law thought nanny and granddad sounded too old-fashioned. I don't think it does. I think it's quite nice. But anyway, that was too old-fashioned. So we became Lolly and Pops. So they're the lollipops, which we absolutely love. Oh, that's quite sweet,
my dad's a Poppy, because my eldest couldn't say Grandpa, and Grandpa came out as Poppy. And now everywhere, we all just call him Poppy. Everybody says, where's Poppy?
Oh, a friend of mine is a Pa-Pa.
Oh, hello.
Pa-Pa. Oh, and our director's dad is Ra-Ra. How old's your...
Like the skirt?
3.5.
Oh, the 3.5. Oh, I thought you called him.
Rah-rah skirt, there you go. It's just really interesting. I think it's really, really interesting. Lollipops, that's quite an interesting one. Oh, Phil's from Leicester. Mother was always mam. We lived in a council estate. It seems like the middle class preferred to use mum because as we all got married, got careers and moved to more affluent areas, mam turned to mum. Yeah, maybe. Sort of see that.
And Esther said, morning Esther, she's watching GB News from Carnforth in...
Carnforth.
In the Bayview caravan site. Good morning.
Bayview caravan site, yeah, cracking. Cracking.
You're familiar with it?
Well, yeah, because I always used to get the train. When I got the train home, change at Lancaster or Preston, and then you get on the small line through to Dalton and Barrow, and you go through Carnforth and Cark and Cartmel and all that. It's like, oh, I love it. Oh, how nice. Say hello to Carnforth for us.
Yeah, but Liam has got in touch from Torre de la Horadada. Have I pronounced that correctly? Costa Blanca. You don't know the route to there as well, do you, by the way? We've just had a massive storm. We've had 1 year's rain in 2 days. It's going to rain for the next 7 days with a maximum of 17 degrees. A great show, by the way. Thank you, Liam.
Yeah, the weather's terrible on the Costa Blanca at the minute. Did you have... what are they called?
What?
Whoever it is.
Liam.
Liam. Did you get that, Liam, that very sort of like red skies, red clouds? We were all concerned
I did.
We were concerned about the sand. The sand didn't really come down, but it looked like they got very sort of Sahara
Yeah, my
skies.
car was covered in it. My garden table, glass top, absolutely covered in red sand. Yeah. I like that, when nature descends and makes you realise that we're nothing really, are we?
No. Torre de Horadada.
Torre de la Horadada.
Horadada. Oh, lovely. It might only be 17 degrees, it might be raining, but I bet it's still nice. Stay with us, we've got plenty more to come for you today. We'll take you through the papers in a couple of minutes with Petri and Nabila.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 8:37. A very good morning to you, whether you're watching us on the TV.
With your tea, on the TV, with your cup of tea.
I had a very long day yesterday, not a lot of sleep last night, and it's starting to show, ladies and gents, starting to show. Anyway, whether you're watching us on TV or listening to us on the wireless, good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Bev.
And don't forget the app. OK, a couple from County Durham are at the Polish border picking up 18 Ukrainians who they have invited to go and live with them.
It's Paul Aitchison and Helen Kell wanted to do more than just donate, so they took to social media to find families in need. Our North East of England reporter Rachel Sweeney was there to wave them off.
A feeling of helplessness watching the Ukraine invasion developing has led to a life-changing decision for Paul Aitchison and Helene Kell.
So we're going to house them. I can't wait for them to come, just to make them feel safe.
They posted to Facebook to say they had a home available. Within 60 seconds, they were flooded with messages from desperate Ukrainian families. They've made space for 2 families to live in their farmhouse. 7 adults and 11 children will have a safe place to sleep in just a few days.
Bunk bed in here. We do know the children's ages and names. We feel quite, children. So this little girl's just turned 13 yesterday, so we only found out that, so we literally wrote happy birthday on then. Yeah, got them all clothes that they've got something to, a little present for them when they arrive, just something little. So next bedroom, we've got so bag for the gent who's coming, little present for him, little present for the mum, and little Mikey he's only 2. And we've got a lovely bag of things for him, the little monkeys.
It's an emotional time even preparing the farmhouse. Helene says it will be incredibly difficult at the border.
We know we're bringing people back, but having to leave the rest of them, seeing babies, I don't know what we're going to see, we don't know what we're going to actually... So yeah, actually coming away from there is going to be probably pretty hard. I just hope we feel really good when we are able to give blankets out to keep them warm, some Mars bars, just all the things that we've packed in the car to help.
The couple's kindness has captured the hearts of others in the area, and now they can utilise the journey to the border to take donations. The local community has donated more than £1,000 to go towards fuel and supplies as the family makes their way to the border. As well as that, 200 bags of clothes, blankets, medical supplies have been donated too. On top of this, Paul's employer Nissan has funded the trip.
So I approached my work, Nissan at Sunderland, and I asked what support was available. They have funded the entire journey for me. They've provided vehicles, and I think it's above and beyond what I was expecting. So it's fantastic, yes.
Courageously and selflessly saving strangers from conflict.
Food, warmth, a roof over their head, and they can have as long as they want.
And what does Durham have to offer?
Everything. We're northern people, we have everything to offer. We're so friendly, they'll be accepted by a lot of people, and I know that we'll never need for anything while they're here.
The northeast people, salt of the earth, you couldn't ask for better people to be so hospitable, so generous, of hearts as big as dustbin lids.
Opening their homes and their hearts to those desperate for refuge. Rachel Sweeney, GB News, County Durham.
Rachel will be there when Helene and Paul return home with the people they're going to be taking care of. So next week we'll let you know how they're settling in to British life.
OK, let's go through the papers now again. We've got Petri Hoskin here, of course, and Nabila Ramdani. Journalists and broadcasters, both of you, wonderful, opinionated women. Great to have you here.
Oh, wouldn't say wonderful.
Oh, easy, Tiger.
Oh, I wouldn't, not with this one.
We've got a bit of a Macbeth moment here. The three of us and you in the middle here.
Three witches. In Macbeth.
Hobble bubble, toil and trouble.
No,
Stephen.
I know.
This is very sexist.
We'll keep you in your
very
place.
Sexist. I think I'm outnumbered. It's very unfair. It's very unfair.
We'll let you be an honorary girl just for the next
thank you.
5 minutes.
No. I might be wearing makeup, but that's as far as it's going.
You just need intelligent people around you, don't you?
I do need intelligent people around you, around me. Mail on Sunday, Petri, looking at P&O.
Yeah, the biggest PR disaster, let alone P&O disaster. What happened in that meeting? They went, I know, really good idea, we'll do this. No one will really notice. And, of course, 800 staff were laid off by a recording on Zoom. Not even, live. What a coward. But the problem that many people now have with this is that the agency workers from Eastern Europe and the Philippines are allegedly being paid less than £2 an hour to do the work that people were on proper wages for. Now, first of all, in this country, we have a minimum wage law, but the contracts of the staff that were there were signed in Jersey under maritime law. So they don't fit the same employment law barriers. So what they've done is 99.9% certain not illegal because of the way the contracts are.
Just immoral.
It's just immoral, but immoral. You know, that doesn't pay the bills.
No, it doesn't.
But when you look at the money they're saving and the money they spend sponsoring sport and the money they give to their shareholders, it just doesn't all fit, right? That they're that broke. But the worry with this, of course, is that when these ships set sail, when these ferries go across any water, this new crew will not know the ship. Because they're new.
Yeah.
And these are vast. And what if they sink? You know, are they going to know all the exits? Are they going to know all the rules? Are they going to know? Because you need to learn the ship. And it's okay if you get a couple of midshipmen or whatever who resign or whatever, because you replace them, but the rest of the crew knows the ship.
If you're listening to us on your radio in the car park at Portsmouth right now and you're about to get on a P&O ferry, I'm sure you're going to be fine.
Well, there are P&O, they're not sailing at the minute, are they?
That's terrifying, isn't it?
They wouldn't know the layout of the ship necessarily, not as well as those that have gone.
Oh, I hope you're wrong, Petri.
So, I mean, well, it's
a risk, isn't it, I guess?
Well, you need it. P&O, before it became P&O, was Townsend Torreson.
Oh, yeah,
which was the spirit of...
Free Enterprise.
Spirit of Free Enterprise, which is the ferry that went down.
That went down.
Which is a ferry that I'd been on as kid.
No, it's Spirit of Free Enterprise.
Oh, is that the different one?
And it was... I mean, and that was one where they didn't shut the back doors.
They didn't shut the back doors properly. So you've got to hope that these replacements know what they're doing. But even if they do know what they're doing and they've just been looking at maps of the ship, this is a whole new crew who have never been on it before. Right, so that's one thing. The other thing is, and there was talk about this, and I think it's in the Observer, about the pension. Now, the pension scheme, they've dipped into that. How is it still legal? Yeah, to the tune of £145 million. How is it still legal that companies can borrow from their pension scheme?
After Maxwell.
Yeah, but they can, and they have. And we, the British taxpayer, will be in line to float, if you excuse the obvious pun, that pension scheme.
Yeah.
If they, I don't want to say go under.
Yeah,
what a terrible thing to say, but you know what I mean.
Apparently, yeah.
But to 20 million at least. So there's a lot riding on this, and the fact that the government are saying they didn't know about this is absolute nonsense, because they were told on the Wednesday. So they knew about it. Grant Shapps says, oh, well, I didn't see the paperwork. You're going, well, actually, you were told. So this has been an absolute disaster, and I genuinely hope that people vote with their pay packet and choose a different line to go on.
If they have an option.
But a lot of it is freight, you see.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing, is that we have to pay them under maritime law for assistance as well.
Speaking of the legality and morality of it all, I mean, we have employees in this story also quoted saying that they could lose their redundancy payouts if they talk to the media. So, so it's all a bit...
Yeah, because they'll be tied up in contracts.
They're Saudi Arabian owned, aren't they? And they signed the maritime contracts in Jersey. So there's all those legal loopholes.
Can we talk a bit about the Sunday Express and Wills and Kate, the Duke and Duchess? I mean, I think not having certainly, again in PR terms, not having the best start to their Caribbean Jubilee tour.
Yes, indeed, although the Sunday Express has decided to put a more positive outlook by branding William and Kate as being the perfect couple to strengthen the British bonds with the 54 Commonwealth countries. And they're on their Caribbean tour at the moment, and you've got a row that's engulfing their visit surrounding anti-colonialism protests and a lot of... there's a lot of dissent on the ground, and William and Kate had to cancel their visit to a cacao farm in Belize, for example, because there's a long-running dispute between locals and the charity that William is the patron of. And they're also, effectively, there are the disputes, protests being staged over the land that the royal couple's helicopter was supposed to land in the middle of a football pitch. And the whole visit has been tarnished by a whiff of colonialism and what's been called a slap in the face of the royals. I think William and Kate will be getting pretty worried, I imagine. Usually these Caribbean tours are about... a delightful event. They're all about photo opportunities and indeed praising the locals. But there is a distinct move, it seems, towards republicanism.
Yeah.
They're also more low-key, aren't they? But I tell you what strikes me is when he's walking down the steps from the aircraft there, is how much William looks like his grandfather.
Yeah.
It just, even the way he carries himself and the way he's very slightly, almost not subservient, it's the wrong word, but deferential to Kate.
Oh.
Yeah.
Actually.
Well, that's probably the
he
success.
doesn't push ahead.
The success behind a happy marriage, I should think.
Yeah, probably. Well, you'll find out.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, not quite the same.
I'll have a word with him.
Yeah. Let's have a look at, just to finish off, because I love this. It's the Sunday Telegraph. What is the devil's work?
Oh, it's the devil's work. That we're mucking around with a recipe for hot cross buns.
Good grief.
Because supermarkets and restaurants are doing the devil's work by defiling hot cross buns with chocolate, caramel and cheese fillings. This is the Queen's former honorary chaplain has said.
Someone's just told me in my ear that you can get Marmite hot cross buns.
Apparently so. But Marks and Spencer, of course, warned against putting their hot cross buns in a toaster because they could set fire because they're so full of fats and everything, chocolate and caramel and cheese. But apparently it's a matter for Christians that is massively important. The symbolism is getting lost, but so is the loss of narrative of struggle. Now, the hot cross bun, of course, has the piped cross on it. I think they're available most of the year round now. But look, all I'm going to say is if you're Christian, buy the traditional one. If you're not, fill your boots, eat what you like. I mean, seriously, I don't see why this has to be maintained as some religious...
So he's not joking? I thought he was being sarcastic.
No, he's not. No, this isn't a joke.
Oh,
but also, it is the recipe from the original hot cross bun to the one that you would buy now would be different anyway.
Who was it again? Who was it who made
this?
This
is Gavin Ashton, who served as a chaplain to the Queen at St James's Palace for 10 years.
Yes, I think...
And he said it's the devil's work.
I think, Gavin... Come on.
You do you, hon, I'll do me. That's my new phrase.
Yes, I think that,
devil's work.
I think that is slightly over the top.
Isn't it? Although I have to say, a hot cross bun with a bit of lemon curd is
if you were a devout Christian, you'd
hot cross buns to be religious at all, but I think...
Well, I suppose
obviously
they're Easter, aren't they?
They are a Christian
I guess
thing.
the same argument could be applied to Christmas. You know, that there's a move...
Easter eggs.
And Easter eggs.
Commercial, and now we, the same applies for Easter buns.
Easter eggs, yeah. There you go. I just sort of think, no, but I mean... If I was a vicar, I'd be serving Marmite hot cross buns in the church centre.
Yeah.
The control.
Or a hot cross bun loaf now.
Sinful.
You're making me hungry. I'm still not eating anything. Thank you, ladies.
Sounds very nice. Look, Nabila, Petri, thank you. It's been a chore.
You're so welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. I love this woman. Can I just say, I love this woman. I've known her for 47 years.
47 years, man and boy.
Her. Man and boy. Is that you or me? OK, let's bring you up to date with all the headlines for you this morning. It is 8:51. Boris Johnson is urging China to join the global community in its disapproval of the war in Ukraine. Prime Minister believes some of Xi Jinping's team are having second thoughts about Beijing's position against Vladimir Putin's invasion of its neighbour.
Detectives have launched a manhunt following the murder of a 19-year-old woman in Clerkenwell, London. Police say early indications suggest 22-year-old Maya Maroof had been in a relationship with the victim and that they had been together that evening.
Ahead of the spring statement on Wednesday, the Chancellor says he wants the rest of the government's term to include cutting taxes. In the Mail on Sunday, he hinted at the realignment of spending, though, rather than any big new allocations.
More than 1 in 4 people plan to work beyond retirement age, according to a new study. The survey by Rest Less found many can't afford to stop working, but others plan to stay in their job out of choice.
And millions of us in England will begin to be offered coronavirus booster jabs this week. The NHS says the vaccine will be available to care home residents, people 75 and over, and the immunosuppressed aged 12 and over. OK, showbiz time. Sarah Robertson, Royal and Entertainment reporter at the Sunday Mirror, is here. Morning.
Good morning to you.
Can I just say, you smell lovely.
Oh, do I?
You've just wafted in and it's just gorgeous. I don't know what you're wearing, but it's really nice.
Gorgeous dress as well.
Thank you.
Look,
Diane von Furstenberg.
She
didn't give it to me.
I feel a bit awful that we're smiling because the first story is about Shane Warne's funeral, which is
just
again,
happened.
I mean, does it just... Since we reported his death, it just seems really odd even just to see it now. It really brings it home that this has actually happened.
Yeah, this has happened, and Shane, sadly, is no longer with us, only 52, which in today's generation is no age at all. So, yes, this morning, Australia, was his funeral, held at Melbourne, his beloved St Kilda's Oval football ground. This was a private funeral for family, and there was about 80 people there, so it was family and very close friends, including Danny Minogue and Liz Hurley, his ex-partner, who went with her son Damien. So as you can see, the procession there was taking Shane's hearse around, shall I say, Shane's coffin around in the hearse, around the football ground. And playing was Chris Martin's Coldplay's Fix You, which was one of his favourite songs. Also Dirty Dancing, You've Had the Time of Your Life. Another one of Shane's songs, which I think is very appropriate for him, because he really did have, you know, such an amazing time.
Such a big character.
Yeah, such a huge character, and made a huge impact on so many. So, as I say, today was the private funeral, and then next week is going to be the state memorial service in Melbourne. Huge. There's over 100,000 tickets. Chris Martin has been recording a musical tribute for his really good friend. Elton John's sending a tribute, as is Ed Sheeran. Shane Warne just touched so many people in the music world and in the world of showbiz, because, as you say, Beverly, he was this massive character.
And there's not that many sportsmen, actually, who are also celebrities because of their personality. You know, a lot of them, we know them because of their performance, but we also knew Shane Warne because of his character, because of his rebellious spirit, because of his... you know, his slightly anarchic attitude to life, and loved by so many people, cricket fans and non-cricket fans. So.
But it was very emotional today, as you saw, and his children were obviously, you know, holding back tears as they followed the father's procession. So he's left a huge gap in the world of sport, and I think he was one of those sporting geniuses, like Maradona was touched by the hand of God when it came to football. Shane Warne was touched by the hand of God when it came to cricket. He was the greatest cricketer, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Can we talk about Adjoa Ando?
Yes. Now, Sunday Mirror, I must say, a little bit of bias here, leading the Showbiz news, all the Showbiz scoops. So, yes, we had an exclusive interview with Adjoa, who plays Lady Danbury in Bridgerton. Bridgerton's set to make its return, the second season, for the 9 o'clock. Actually, I was going to say that's the evening, isn't it?
The evening one, you're way ahead.
I'm on Australian time. I'm blaming it on that. I'm on Australian time. Yes, but going back to Adjoa, so it's very interesting what she said in our interview. Bridgerton's known for its diversity with its casting, and she says for her as a black actress, you know, British black actress, that means such a lot for her to be able to represent, you know, black women on screen. And she has, which I thought was so lovely, she said she's had so many black youngsters, black children come up to her and say how great it's been to see themselves reflected, being able to wear period dress, being able to be in a period costume drama.
Which is traditionally all white.
Yeah, which is traditionally all white. So this, like, diversity in casting it's just meant so much to her, and so much, you know, to black British youngsters who are watching the show and are massive fans.
Oh, no, that's really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
It is interesting. Though, funnily enough, I've never seen Bridgerton, but Adjoa Ando I know as a voice actress, because she's been in so many radio dramas. It's unbelievable.
And Casualty as well.
Oh, is she in Casualty?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't watch that. I
So
find that
she
too depressing.
Yeah, she played one of the nurses in Casualty, and she was there for a very long time.
Oh, right.
But this has just obviously elevated her now into Hollywood.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Look, Sarah, we are out of time, but we are going to catch up with you next hour. So we'll see you then.
Sarah.
Thank
I'll have
you.
some royal news for you then.
Oh, good, lovely.
I love the fact that you read out the news stories every day and you find Casualty depressing, Stephen.
Oh, yeah, I do, yeah. If I don't do that, you know, that's... Anyway, there you go. Look, we've got all the top stories coming up for you in just a minute. Stay with us.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
A terror that will be remembered for centuries to come. Ukraine's president condemns Russia's relentless assault on Mariupol as reports come in that an art school sheltering refugees has been bombed.
Good morning. It is 9 o'clock on Sunday, the 20th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV and on your radio. And coming up for you today.
The Prime Minister urges China to get off the fence and join the global condemnation of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
The NHS reveals plans for a fourth COVID jab as 2 new variants sweep the world. Our regular injections now just our new normal.
A gripping finale to the Six Nations Rugby. France take the crown in front of their fans in Paris with a dominant win over England. We'll have that and the rest of the sport with Ada McGee.
And where do you think is the happiest place in the world? If you think it's somewhere warm with tropical beaches, think again. You might be surprised.
Join in all of our discussions this morning, will you? It's GB Views at gbnews.uk or tweet at GB News.
Well, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has condemned Russia's incessant bombing of the city of Mariupol, calling it an act of terror that will be remembered for centuries.
The blockade of Mariupol will go down in history of responsibility for war crimes. To do what the occupiers did to a peaceful city is a terror that will be remembered for centuries to come. And the more Ukrainians tell the world about it, the more support we find. The more Russia uses terror against Ukraine, the worse the consequences will be for it.
Well, Boris Johnson is urging China and other neutral countries to join global condemnation of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Well, the UK Defence Ministry says Russia has failed to gain control of Ukrainian airspace following claims that Moscow deployed hypersonic missiles.
So joining us now is Sean Bell, retired Air Vice Marshal, who's a member of the consultancy Universal Defence and Security Solutions. Good morning. Thank you ever so much for joining us, Sean. What is the significance of this particular new military arsenal that basically has been used overnight?
Yes, I mean, we've always got to be careful what we pick up on the news, but there's been a lot of talk about this hypersonic missile. I think Putin's sort of raiding the larder a bit at the moment. The danger of, I mean, most missiles and artillery can be tracked and shot down, but there is a process of detecting them, then tracking them, identifying them, targeting them, and then firing at them. And most of artillery missiles fly about half a kilometre a second, which sounds fast. But when you're talking about hypersonics, they're a lot more difficult to detect, track and identify. Therefore, they're a lot more difficult to shoot down. But the reality is nobody's quite sure just how accurate they are. And also, they're fearsomely expensive. They are one of the things that it's pretty evidently Putin doesn't have many of. So this does look rather a statement rather than an escalation in the use of particular bits of ordnance.
It does raise concerns, though, doesn't it? Because as we hear time and time again from people on the ground, there's all this call to close our skies. Now, whether that's from aircraft, and certainly Russia doesn't seem to have air superiority at the moment, but there's this constant call for NATO to step in and close the airspace over Ukraine. Does something like, I mean, I know it's not on the cards right now, but does this make it more or less of an option if we sort of look at a month or two in the future?
Well, I think the closing of the skies, the no-fly zone, is very topical. And, I mean, there's three clear reasons which NATO persistently says, and I think stand true now, one of which is that would create war. NATO would have to take out the radars, the missiles that are based in Russia, be killing Russian soldiers on Russian ground, and that would escalate. Second is that, as we're seeing, just because the Russians are not using the airspace much, it hasn't affected their use of artillery and ground ordnance, the guns, etc., to continue to advance their cause. And thirdly, so far, NATO has trodden a very fine line to keep itself out of this conflict directly. And I think that probably, if one of Putin's objectives undoubtedly is to try and drag NATO in, because then he will be able to play that back to a domestic audience as good versus bad, East versus West. So I think NATO's done a really good job, and we've got to be really careful to ensure that. But meanwhile, as you say, it's tragic seeing some of the scenes coming out from the Ukraine. I think Mariupol particularly, it's been amazing the defence that's been mounted by not only the Ukrainian armed forces, but also the civilian population that have not only been holding their ground defensively, but also, if reports are to be believed, they're also mounting counterattacks, which will keep Russian troops on their back foot. And with their morale is low anyway, using the conscript army, that can only be helping. And I think that's why Russia has had such a difficult time making progress in places like Mariupol and, of course, Kyiv.
With these hypersonic weapons, Sean, if I can just bring you back to that, is that what exactly is? First of all, how do we know? Like, how would we in the West, we're reporters, how do we know about the hypersonic weapons? Is this something that Putin would publicly brag about? And also, what is the significance of using those weapons? Because, as you say, he doesn't have many of them. So I'm sure there are two reasons: one, to hurt people, but the other one, to send a message.
I think part of what Russia is trying to do at the moment is to demonstrate that it is still a strong power. And undoubtedly tried to get into Ukraine expecting to walk in a couple of days, like he did down south in the Crimea, without really any bloodshed and without a gun being fired. And I think he's had a major shock. So, of course, and if it's true that his troops are taking a lot of casualties, if it's true that the morale of his army is being knocked down, that plays really badly to a global superpower that's 10 times the size militarily of Ukraine. And yet Ukraine is holding its own. So that will not only play badly for just the war in Ukraine, but also Russia's credibility on the global stage. And I think that will be one of the reasons I think he would want to showcase some of these weapons. I think in terms of your first point of your question, both the East and the West, all nations are looking to develop next generation weapons. And I think any weapon that's more difficult to shoot down becomes a very credible option. And the faster they fly, the more difficult they are to shoot down. If I threw a tennis ball at you, you've got a decent chance of catching it. If I fire it from one of those guns, there's no chance of you catching it because you just can't process quickly enough the idea of catching. So I think that's one thing. And in terms of what you keep secret and what you don't, part of the whole issue of Western military is the concept of deterrence with a small d, not a big D, because the most professional, the most capable, most credible you are, the less likely it is somebody will take you on. So having these sort of weapons, you want to have in your arsenal, but you also want to make sure people are aware of them. And the final point on that, I think, would be, I think certainly over the last few years, the West has tended to focus weapons on alternatives to blowing everything up. If you are going to conduct warfare, ultimately you don't really want to blow all the buildings up, because you're hoping you're going to win, and therefore you want to have all the infrastructure still standing. Whereas I think what we're seeing here is a reversion to the sort of mid-21st century weapons, where it's just pounding and pounding. There's no discrimination between military and civilian, and you don't care. Putin clearly doesn't care how much he levels, how much he destroys to achieve his objectives.
It's interesting, though, isn't it? Because it is all about the mindset of one man in this. I mean, clearly, well, one would presume he's being advised by those generals, and maybe they're just taking on board what he's telling them. But this is about his mindset, and you talk about some of these extraordinary weapons being a deterrent with a small d. One wonders if he is trying to use these as a deterrent now, in the sense that, is he simply just trying to provoke? Is he actually trying to provoke now and provoke the West, provoke NATO into taking action with the more vicious weapons that he uses?
Well, I would love to be inside Putin's mind. I think that's what a lot of the Western analysts are trying to do. I think there's a couple of points here, one of which, when General Montgomery was fighting Rommel in the desert, Monty used to keep a picture of Rommel on his desk so he could look into his opponent's eyes. And that wasn't because he fancied Rommel. It was because he wanted to work out what he was going to do next. And I think a lot of Western analysts are looking at Putin and trying to work out what's motivating, what does good look like. It's pretty clear that the conflict has not gone the way that Putin would have expected it to. The challenge is now, and they've talked about an off-ramp, what does good look like now from Putin's perspective? And we're seeing a glimmer, potentially, of hope for a negotiated settlement, which ultimately wars are fought by the military, but they are concluded by politicians. But the only way you get to that is when both sides see greater benefit in talking rather than continue to fight. And if you are approaching that point, you would clearly want to have as strong a hand as possible for that negotiation. And therefore, if you translate that into the battlefield today, I think if Putin would undoubtedly want to be holding Kyiv, the centre of political power, but it seems that may well take a lot longer than he particularly wants. The other is to try to join the ribbon of land from Russia down on the south, down to the Crimea, and that means he has to take Mariupol. And therefore, it might explain why this intense focus on Mariupol at the moment.
OK, thank you so much. Retired Air Vice Marshal Sean Bell there, giving us his expert insight. Thank you.
Oh dear, of course, whatever goes on, whatever military strategy is in place, the reality is, of course, that an awful lot of people are being forced out of their homes, whether they're leaving Ukraine or just having to move within Ukraine. We now believe 1 in 8 Ukrainians have been displaced. That's according to the UNHCR. Millions have fled the war over the last few weeks, and Rosie Wright is in Hungary, where many of those people have been crossing. I mean, what sort of stories do you get from these people who have, in effect, lost everything, Rosie?
Yeah, it's utterly heartbreaking at times. Earlier I was speaking to a 19-year-old Ukrainian student who was trying to flee to Belarus. There's not a humanitarian corridor on that route. And as she was trying to make the journey, her driver was shot and killed. I've been speaking to her family this morning, and then, of course, they lost everything. They don't have their luggage. Crucially, they don't have their documents that they need to be able to try and transition through the rest of the EU. when you get to Hungary, right now we're at Zahoin station. It's 2 kilometres from the border. I can just show you quickly some of the trains that are coming in. So this one here with the yellow stripe, that's come from Kyiv. That's final destination will then be to Vienna. We've also got some domestic Hungarian trains. And this little red one here is a train that just goes the very short distance over the border to Ukraine into a town called Chop. People coming off these trains, arriving at this station, many of them who are arriving now, the people who came a few weeks ago, they had connections, maybe they had family, they knew where they were going. People here are speaking to volunteers inside to get advice. Where should I go? Lots of people trying to go to countries like Germany, Spain. The student that I spoke to earlier, Elena, they're trying to get to Berlin. People are coming with what they can carry, which is very limited. There are some British volunteers here who are waiting for this train to come in from Ukraine that was supposed to arrive. It's about 50 minutes late. Thank you very much. It's David and Neil, I think. Just explain, you've driven from Bristol with a whole load of toys. Why have you done that?
We've come with 3,000 teddy bears, as well as some children's clothing and important aid for the children, because the big aid agencies are doing really good work on the ground with the big stuff. We thought, as the little people, we can do something extra for the little people.
So right now you're just waiting at the station. You've done this several times over the last few days, so that when children get off the train, you've got something to give them.
That's right, just a little something just to maybe bring them a little bit of happiness, something to cuddle really on their journey on to where they're going.
Yeah, some people, as I just mentioned, have lost their luggage even on the journey. What kind of stories, what kind of children have you met?
All sorts, from the very young, even some of the teenage boys. It's quite surprising. Back home it wouldn't be cool to have a teddy bear, but some of the teenage boys actually have been the most keen to receive something just to hug and replace that, perhaps that lost family member. We even had a cat in a cat basket. The teddy bear calmed the cat down, and an old lady, probably in her 80s, she was really distressed, and just the teddy bear and her face lit up like a little girl again. So it is really, really heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. What I've found really striking watching this crisis unfold in these families is that there is actually sort of a lack of this raw emotion. People are just really resolute and they're getting on with it.
Yeah, that's right. They know they want to get out. They're doing all that they can. Everyone's just trying to help, and yeah, it's really hard to see. Yeah.
A little later on, we're going to head on to your bus, which is full of toys, soft toys for children arriving. This is just sort of one tiny glimpse of the type of support that's available in the station behind me. Lots of people will then be getting on trains or getting drivers. There's some volunteers from Switzerland who've been driving people then to Budapest. Once you get there, and particularly if you've got a Ukrainian passport, you can get what's called a solidarity ticket to choose pretty much at that point where you'd want to go to in the EU. This station really is a place of sort of waiting and anticipation right now for that train that we are expecting to come in from Ukraine, and it really is sort of, there's these swells of suddenly huge numbers of people who need help and immediate support, food, accommodation, transport offers, and then you get moments like this sort of eerie calm, waiting for the next train to come in, for the next group of people who desperately need some help.
OK, Rosie, thanks very much indeed for that. It's amazing how many people are doing what they can. I mean, it's so impressive to see what people are doing, and whether it's, you know, just, even if it's just, I was the young man we were talking to yesterday saying just people can just donate £1.
Yeah.
It makes a difference. If everyone donated £1, the difference it would make.
Wouldn't it? But I think what must be so... I mean, so much of it is difficult for those families, being separated from all the men in their family, the women and the children, but also it's the absolute uncertainty with how long it's going to last. I mean, we're all feeling that, working in the media and reporting on this. I'm sure you as viewers are feeling that. We have huge question marks over how this is going to unfold, but imagine standing on a train platform with your kids and how much clothes and the winter coat and the toothbrushes, and just thinking, I have no idea when, if I'm ever going to go home. Psychologically, the fallout, the long-term fallout of this is just going to be immense.
Awful. It's an awful situation. I'll tell you what else is awful, and that's the way a lot of these P&O ferry workers have been treated. A few of you getting in touch over that. Mark, morning Mark, says his wages are normally about 80% of a company's costs, and they've now been chopped to the bone. Will the price of tickets drop drastically too? Yeah, well, here's hoping, Mark. I don't think so.
Absolutely.
And Pete says what people should now do is avoid this company like the plague. If this is how they treat their employees, it's like we've gone back to Dickensian times. There should be a law to stop this unbelievable behaviour. Well, there is in this country, but they technically weren't employed in this country. They were employed in Jersey under maritime law, which seems like a very big loophole.
And we were talking about the cost of living crisis related to our energy strategy here. I was talking about how our insulation in our homes is actually very poor, which means that a lot of us are having to have our electricity and our gas on more than we should, which has inspired a conversation amongst you lot about eco-houses. Alex has said eco-houses are extremely expensive to build. Material costs are massive. If you want more affordable homes, it's not the best way to go. I would disagree with that, actually. There are affordable eco-homes being built, and actually it's about numbers, it's about economies of scale. The more we build, the more the price of the materials comes down. So we have to make a move at some point, don't we?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It will, like everything, it all comes down eventually. Well,
yeah.
Except at the minute where everything's getting more expensive. God, honestly. Look, stay with us here on the show. There's more chat heading away about COVID. There's a couple of new variants, apparently, and another round of boosters on the horizon. So, should we be worried?
More about that in just a few minutes. But first, here's your weather.
But looking ahead to the weather for you, and it's going to be a chilly start, then fine and sunny for most, a bit cooler than yesterday. So let's have a look at the details.
In the southwest, there's going to be some cloud around, meaning it won't be as sunny as Saturday, and the odd spot of rain is possible, but it won't be as windy either.
Only a little fair weather cloud bubbling up across the southeastern London. Plenty of spring sunshine again, not as warm.
There'll also be lots of sunshine for much of Wales, though notice towards Pembrokeshire, there may be some nagging cloud throughout the morning.
It's going to be a mostly sunny day again for the Midlands. Not much cloud about. Winds will be lighter than yesterday, but temperatures down a couple of degrees.
Plenty of spring sunshine across the northeast this lunchtime with barely a cloud in the sky. Similar for the rest of the country. It will be a touch cooler, though, than of late.
It is a similar picture as we head north to Scotland. Some eastern parts a little bit cloudier, but for most there'll be plenty of sunshine on offer.
A band of cloud is going to sweep eastwards across parts of Northern Ireland. There we go. And here there may even be a little rain, though most places will stay dry. Remaining sunny for most this afternoon, but cloud and a little rain pushing into the far west and far east. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
9:23 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Bev on your TV and your radio.
OK, the NHS has announced a coronavirus booster vaccine jab will be rolled out to millions of vulnerable people in England this week. This comes as 2 new coronavirus subvariants are currently sweeping the globe.
So, should we be worried about these variants? What do we make of it all? Let's talk to Dr. Bharat Pankani, a senior clinical lecturer at the University of Exeter. Barrett, always good to see you. What is your advice with all of this? Because we're hitting a point now, aren't we, where a lot of us are just getting back to life as normal, trying to forget about COVID as much as we can. Is that the right thing to do?
I think we need careful watchfulness, especially if you are in a elderly, vulnerable group, have got other comorbidities like diabetes, high blood pressure, or immune suppression. We need to be carefully watchful. So the narrative that a lot of people have is, don't worry about it, Omicron is not so severe disease causing. Well, my answer is no, not true. It is not so severe disease causing, because most of us are properly immunized, and it is the immunized people who are fully protected. So careful watchfulness is what's required, Stephen.
I would push back on that a little bit and say that Omicron is clearly milder, because when it was first discovered in South Africa, they didn't have the same amounts of vaccination, and the doctor who discovered the variant, she was at pains to point out that it wasn't as serious as the original Wuhan strain and then the Delta variant. So I think, given now that we have vaccinated in this country, the vast majority of people, that there is no evidence to suggest that Omicron is as strong as those original variants, full stop.
No, let me explain. It's a numbers game, I'm afraid, Bev, and what it works is as follows. Omicron is much more infectious compared to the Delta variant, for example. And as a result, it generates many more cases, and a small percentage of a large number of cases still results in a significant number of people with severe illness and hospitalizations. Having said all that, as I say, I repeat again, the vaccines, being fully immunized, is protecting us from severe disease and ill health. So now we've got to keep up with being fully immunized. But the other thing, the really uncertainty, even I, who is in the business, the uncertainty is this. We have gone down the route of, we're going to keep you fully immunized, hence the boosters. And secondly, if you were to get infected in that vulnerable age group, you get given antivirals. Now, with respect to receiving antivirals, it's not at all clear to me how you procure antivirals as fast as possible, as soon as possible.
Because that's the key. I mean, in case with the antivirals, for people like me, let's be honest, as a type 1 diabetic, it means you would have to start taking them almost immediately to have the right effect, wouldn't you?
Yes, you're absolutely right, Stephen. The best efficacy is within 5 days of becoming a case. Well, 5 days may be a bit too long for some people. So what we want is a very streamlined, automated process whereby you get diagnosed, you get confirmed, and you get your antivirals delivered to you, or you pick it up from a hub. We used to do this for the influenza pandemic, where we were giving out oseltamivir, which is an antiviral against influenza. So we need similar setups where vulnerable people know precisely what to do when they need it.
Definitely, and I would say that that should have been the case from at least 12 months ago. And with the suppression of antivirals as early treatment methods, as pioneered in America by people like Dr. Pierre Corey, we haven't seen that, and I think that's going to be something which needs serious investigation. Where are we at now in the NHS in terms of early at-home treatments and antivirals? The government have made some noises. Ivermectin was effectively repackaged as molnupiravir by Merck. What is the latest here? Because I think a lot of the time now people who are being diagnosed are still just at home taking paracetamol and worrying.
Yeah, so ivermectin and molnupiravir are two completely different categories of drugs. One works and the other one has never worked, meaning ivermectin has no evidence that it works. So with respect
I totally disagree with you, and I could find you hundreds of doctors, everybody who signed the Great Barrington Declaration.
And I know, but let us not use up airtime. We could lock horns forever. I, in my professional opinion, wish to say very clearly, ivermectin does not work. So let's just park it there because we've got other important things to address, which is as follows. People in nursing homes are getting infected because we've dropped our infection control measures, and I'm dealing with outbreaks every day. I had quite a quiet time with nursing homes in the last 3 months, and now it has started to pick up big time, nursing homes and schools and workplaces. And really, with respect to nursing homes, I want some answers. I want some answers about how I get these elderly, vulnerable people their antivirals as soon as possible. The good news I have to report from my own experience with outbreaks at nursing homes is most of my nursing home people have not been severely ill. So that's also another piece of good news further to them being fully immunized.
I mean, in terms of a strategy, I mean, obviously we're talking about how to deal with this once infection occurs, but in terms of a strategy, we talked way back at the very beginning of this about herd immunity, and with the immunisations and the infection rates going up, but the vast majority of us being reasonably well on that, does that give us that sort of herd immunity boost in terms of how we deal with this in the long term?
Unfortunately not, and the problems are as follows. Whilst we invented the vaccines in record time, unfortunately the vaccines are not like if you were to be immunized against measles. So what is happening is certainly the vaccines prevent you from getting serious illness. In fact, we know that. Does it have sustained immunity? Unfortunately not. But having said that, I think there is a better way out if only we would take a global perspective. And the global perspective is this: immunize the rest of the world, and that way suppress infections from elsewhere. And if you suppress infections from elsewhere, then you don't have wave after wave of variants coming our way, and then we have to keep on topping ourselves up with boosters. Unfortunately, we are out of sync with the rest of the world now, and all we can do, but we can do a lot. All we can do is, in the case of European nations, United States, Canada, etc., is boost, but at the same time, immunize the rest of the world, because we have now got enough vaccines. And if we do that, immunize the rest of the world, we will have fewer wave after wave coming our way, and that will get out of this trouble.
Dr. Bharat Pankhania, pleasure to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
I find those conversations very frustrating.
Do you? Why?
I know too much. I mean, look, as you know, I'm part of a legal team that has been trying to challenge the government on vaccinating children. That has been my area of passion for 2 years. And we were in court only a few weeks ago against the Office of National Statistics, who said there has been a statistically significant uptick in the deaths of young men between the ages of 15 to 19 since the rollout of the vaccines, but they have refused to give us any more information. This is all there. I'm not betraying any sort of court confidences. And until we have answers to these signals, we should be cautiously using vaccines. The COVID jab, as we said, it's not a vaccine in the true definition of the word.
But wouldn't then that lead... Well...
Cost benefit for everybody. Is it worth... We know about costs now. We know there are costs to particularly young male lives that require much greater investigation. We know there are costs.
But that would have cost... But the cost would have been a hugely significant increased number of deaths. I mean, in the older and vulnerable population.
Which is what we should always have focused on. We should always have... I think it was by February last year, we had vaccinated those who were attributable to 99% of deaths, which is the over 70s, those with pre-existing clinical conditions, etc. And at that point, we should have been very carefully talking about vaccinating the younger generations. And we never had that conversation. It was just given the green light.
But then what do you say when you get these cases and they've been in the papers all throughout this, and you get these people in their 20s, 30s, 40s and 50s who have said, I'm not going to take a vaccine, don't agree with it. And then on their deathbeds, they say, and there's been far too many of these cases reported, on their deathbeds they're saying, I wish I'd taken a vaccine. My advice to people is take a vaccine. 24 hours they're
there's
dead.
been the most phenomenal amount of manipulation with those particular stories.
You don't believe those?
It's not that I don't believe them. I think that they are very small in number if you actually look at the statistics of the young people, as in the under 70s, who have lost their lives. Obesity is a contributing factor, and I would say that you only have to look at that 75% of people that were ending up in ICU were clinically obese. And COVID, ultimately, it's an infection of inflammation. It's a bit of a myth that, you know, of course, people get into breathing difficulties, but actually it's an inflammatory disease once you've got into ICU. But I just think individual choice. I'm not here to tell you. I am not here to tell anybody whether they should or shouldn't take the jabs. I would never presume to do that. All I would say is I don't think that we've had the principle of fully informed consent, particularly for young people. The majority of whom said this week on the ONS that they had the jabs to go on holiday. Like, that should never be a reason. A lifestyle choice with a brand new mRNA technology is not a good enough reason.
I don't know. I would disagree with you, but you know, that is what we are all about. It's about being able to air your views, have your say, and be able to, you know,
the very fact that I can say that on the
it.
telly is a revelation. I've spent 2 years being shut down every time I've tried to talk about the fact that there isn't scientific consensus across the world.
There never is, though. There's never fully scientific consensus.
Absolutely. And that's not science. If it's consensus, it is not science.
Well, look, let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk. We've got plenty more heading your way in just a moment, including how to brighten up your garden ahead of what's forecast to be a lovely week ahead.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
"9:37, good morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the UK. Well, it's only Beverly if I'm in trouble.
Right.
Beverly. Everyone calls me Bev.
Now, yesterday saw the warmest day of the year so far. Did you get out and enjoy it?
No, I slept.
Oh, I was in the car all day. There you go. It was 20 degrees in the village of...
Good luck. Kinlochu? Kinlochwy?
I don't know.
In northern Scotland.
Oh, there you go.
Well, the forecasters say that despite it being a little breezier and colder today, next week's temperatures could peak even higher. This is so exciting.
So it is time to get out in the garden if you've got one and set up the barbecue. Oh, that sounds nice. Let's talk to Mr. Plant Geek himself, the horticulturist, Michael Perry. Morning to you. It's good to see you this morning, Michael. Look, now it's a good time, isn't it, to get out there and start doing that sort of spring cleanup after the winter.
Yeah, absolutely. But it isn't actually as warm as you might think, because where I was yesterday, it was very sunny, but it was still only about 15 degrees. So I'm worried that people will think that it's time to plant out bedding plants when it certainly isn't, because you still get frosts into April, even into May sometimes. So my first advice would be don't be fooled by, you know, the sun in the sky. It's not as warm as it needs to be to plant stuff out. But there's still a lot you can do. There's some various seeds you can sow indoors. You can get out, clean up the patio, prune a few of your shrubs as well. I've got a few props here to show you a few things you can start doing. First one is tomatoes. You can sow tomato seed inside right now. This one is one that you can grow on a windowsill. You never need to take off the side shoots, so you can grow it indoors or outdoors. Pretty cool, huh?
Oh, that's really good.
Very nice. You know what, though, Michael, when you're talking about all the stuff we need to do in the garden now, it's all the really boring stuff. It's horrible stuff that none of us want to do. Go and sweep up the leaves.
Well, I guess the cleaning up bit is a little bit boring. You're going to have to get the pressure washer out on your patio or your deck. But there are various products out there these days that you can actually spray on it, and it kind of eats away at the moss or the kind of algae on the patio anyway. But of course, do you not find it a little bit therapeutic to kind of wash down the patio, know that you've done a good job? And I was off yesterday and I actually tidied my garage, and it's been about 6 months, and I got this real feel of euphoria today because it was something I finally got around to doing. And of course, the good weather helped me to do that as well. So there's tons you can do. Of course, pruning. It's a good time to get out there and trim back. Say you've got overgrown ivy, get on top of weeds at this time of year as well. And if you do want to cut your grass the first time, then you can, but don't take it too low. Leave it still a little bit high and start feeding it, because that is one way to get rid of the weeds in the lawn, by feeding it more, because then the lawn is stronger, and it's stronger than the weeds.
That's a good idea. I was going to ask you about grass, because you mentioned seeding earlier on. Is now a good time to start seeding the lawn? Because that's something I'm doing this interview, Michael. I'm purely thinking of my garden, and my lawn needs a bit of attention.
Absolutely, a good time to seed, but you might want to leave it a few weeks till it gets a little bit warmer. But if you do really want to get out there and do some seeding in the borders, this is the time of year you can sow hardy annuals, so things like poppies, nasturtiums. There's also seed balls in the marketplace, which make it really easy, because these are actually seeds wrapped up in a ball of clay that you just throw and sow. So this is the perfect time to sow any of those flower seeds into borders. So it really, you can get ahead with some of this stuff and then have loads of gorgeous flowers in the summer. Bulbs as well, lily bulbs, gladioli. Now is the perfect time to get those in pots and borders.
Oh, no, see, I thought bulbs you only ever did in the autumn.
No, see, they're the tulips and daffodils are planted in the autumn. They flower in the spring. They're the ones that we're seeing in our gardens at the moment. But there are lots of summer flowering bulbs. So, you know, lilies, gladioli, freesias as well. Alliums, you know, the gorgeous big purple alliums. They're planted in the spring and they flower in the summer. So there are bulbs for all different seasons. It's just that the spring flowering ones get most of the promo. You know, people forget about the summer flowering ones.
I was just going to say, Michael, when I put bulbs in the garden, the squirrels dig them up. What can I do about that?
You need a little bit of chili powder around the plants, because that will deter the squirrels. It's always better with this stuff to deter rather than obviously attack the pests. And I did want to talk about slugs as well, actually, because slugs have recently been reclassified. So they're no longer seen as a pest in the garden, because indeed they can feed on a few different garden nasties that are already in the garden. So it's much better to, rather than kill them, to actually deter them. So by using different products such as no slugs or having a layer of gravel on top of the soil, you can actually stop slugs going on your borders and getting to your plants. Crushed eggshells have the same effect as well.
Yeah, good to know.
Oh, now that again, that's quite useful, because I'm I'm a bit of a buyer of slug pellets.
Slugs have rights too.
There's
We've just
certain
realised,
types that are better
Stephen.
than others, but certainly the ones with metaldehyde in you shouldn't be going for because they're not necessarily good for the environment. But, you know, once you just a little bit of gravel on the soil, you'll find that it will deter the slugs. And sometimes I actually plant a few lettuce in my borders as sacrificial plants because I know the slugs love them. But I'll just plant them there knowing that they'll be eaten, but they'll stay away from my prize plants. That works as well.
That's kind, isn't it?
I mean, I know there's so much tension in the world at the moment, isn't there, Michael? I mean, there's so much going on. And as you say, gardening can be very therapeutic. I do think there's something just a little bit special about getting out in the garden. Bev might not like it at this time of year.
I need to get a man in.
It is the clean up and a bit of planting and all that sort of thing, but there's something magical, isn't there, about putting the work in now and seeing the results of your labour in a few months?
Absolutely. I mean, you've got, slow burn kind of gratification. Planting bulbs, they'll flower in the summer. Sowing seeds now, they'll flower in the summer. But also, you could pop along to your garden centre and just simply buy some instant colour and put that into your borders, and it'd be uplifting, kind of great colour therapy as well. Of course, you might not have an outdoor space. It could be about houseplants. Houseplants is a great time of year just to give those a little bit of a spring, tidy up, start to give them a bit of feed as well. And the benefits. And of course, it's a great distraction as well, because when you're working on that gardening project, you're probably likely your mind is not thinking about many other things as well. So even washing down the deck is therapeutic. Do you know there's a lot of videos like compilations on YouTube where it's almost like ASMR, where people actually like to watch videos of people pressure washing decks. And if you go even further into that hole, people actually make art out of that pressure washing as well. So it's a really great world, and it's got so many therapeutic benefits.
I don't mind a bit of jet washing. I've got a jet wash. I quite like a jet wash. You've got to have excellent wellies, and your dirtiest trousers.
Definitely, and wear your worst clothes.
I quite like the jet wash. I just don't like the sweeping and the leaves. It's never ending, isn't it?
Oh, I've filled a lot of wheelie bins over the last couple of weeks. I'll tell you that for nothing. But can I ask about houseplants? Because you mentioned houseplants, and they're a wonderful thing. But why is it that we can be very green-fingered in the garden, but when it comes to houseplants, we're a disaster? Again, I'm talking about me.
And me.
Yeah. I reckon you probably overwater them, because mostly people do overwater their houseplants because they start to feel sorry for them. They kind of walk past the plant. They water it every time they walk past. The worst thing you could do is share the watering duties with your partner, because then one of you waters it one day, you'll do it the next day. And that is like the main case of problems with houseplants. Actually, your houseplant, I'm going to show you mine in here actually, your houseplant will let you know when it needs water. It really is that easy. And what I tend to do with my houseplants is I actually just set an alarm on my phone once a week, and that is the day that I go around and look at all my houseplants. It might be that a lot of plants don't need my attention, but it could be that is the time when they need watering. And if they dry out and start to wilt just a tiny bit, they will come back, and it's much easier to bring a plant back from being too dry than it is too wet at the end of the day. But also remember to feed your plants as well. A lot of people don't feed indoor or outdoor plants, and you've got to feed them to get the most out of them. Just like humans, we can't survive on water alone. We need the feed, all the nutrients, vitamins, minerals. So do the same for your houseplants too.
Brilliant.
Michael, love it.
Thank you, Michael. I had a bit of a gardening incident the other week.
Did you a gardening incident?
Well, my dad is brilliant, and he was burning some leaves off a eucalyptus tree in the garden, and then 4 fire engines turned up and a fireman arrived in the back garden.
Oh.
I'm not joking.
That must have been quite a blaze.
No, it wasn't. It was literally a little tiny fire pit. It's just... But somebody at one of the back houses had seen it reflecting in our kitchen window and thought the house was on fire. So do be careful.
I've never had the fire engines round, but I'm a pyromaniac. I'm always burning stuff. Christmas trees, they're the best.
Right,
the
world's happiest country has just been revealed in this year's World Happiness Report, and for the 5th consecutive year, it is, who do you reckon? Finland.
Yeah.
Denmark remained in 2nd place. Iceland overtook Switzerland, taking 3rd place.
So let's talk to Salla Vuoikoski, journalist at the Helsinki Sanomat, the biggest newspaper in Finland. Congratulations, I suppose I should say first. Why does Finland have this fabulous happiness index, do you think?
Okay, thanks for having me. Well, I would like to say that it's the snow and the lakes and the Santa Claus and beautiful nature. But to be honest, when you look at the top 10 countries, you can see that there is Sweden, there is Denmark, there is Norway, and there's Iceland in top 10. And so it comes to, in my opinion, and also it's been researched that it comes to the Nordic states social welfare system, probably, that creates trust, so that people can rely on the society helping when you have, like, you get unemployed or sick, and you can also have somewhat trust that your children will be educated regardless of your wealth and so on.
I wonder, do you have, maybe I'm being a bit idyllic, but a simpler way of life?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, of course, maybe you have the idea of this is a small country, or we are a big country, but only like 5.5 million people. So we have a lot of nature, and maybe Finnish people like to spend time in the nature. But of course, the life in the cities where most of the people live, I think it's quite similar to Western kind of lifestyle. Helsinki is maybe not London, but still people have a similar kind of daily routines and stress and work and so on.
Food and drink is a big part of what makes most of us happy. So if we were sitting down for Sunday lunch today in Helsinki, what would that be?
They will kill me for saying this, but I think Finnish food is probably not something that we're very famous for. But I could think of a few dishes with fish and maybe reindeer. Can you say that in Britain?
It might not be a very popular idea over here, but I know it's an important thing. I mean, I tell you what, it's a few years ago now, but I spent some time in Nelim in the very north of Finland, right on the Russian border, sort of controversial area, at the Wilderness Hotel, which was absolutely in the middle of nowhere, minus 30 degrees. But you know what? It was some of the most exciting, invigorating time of my life just to be... There was a real sense of nature in those very northern parts of Finland.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And people like to travel to Lapland and do some skiing there and enjoy the snow and all the peaceful surroundings. But of course, as I said, we are not all living in forests. We are living in most of the people are living in cities. But of course, I'm just when we finish the interview, I'm going skiing. So yes, maybe you're right.
Wonderful, wonderful.
No gardening. No gardening.
No gardening.
No, it's too cold.
Good. Get a man in.
Sala, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Helsinki is a beautiful city.
I have been, but
Love it.
I did like a job there. I had the kids, and I do remember eating reindeer. I don't know. Yeah. It was very, very, very cold as my overriding memory. It was a bit grey.
Very cold. I loved it. Just beautiful.
Interesting, though. She says about having a good relationship with the state, a generous state, and look after each other.
Different. Their economy runs in a slightly different way to ours.
Yeah.
But no, there you go. Interesting. And didn't she look Finnish?
She did. She did look really Finnish.
OK, look, we're almost out of time, so let's have a look at the biggest sporting and showbiz events that's going on or have been going on over the past couple of days. Sports broadcaster and journalist Aidan McGee is here, as well as royal and entertainment reporter at the Sunday Mirror, Sarah Robertson. Good morning, both. Aidan, what's the main story you want to talk about?
I would say you'd have to talk rugby, egg-shaped.
Egg-shaped balls.
Egg-shaped balls, yeah. Exactly. Just one ball yesterday. But yeah, look, England didn't play too badly. They were in the game at certain points. They made life difficult for France. But I just think that, to quote Tony Blair back in 1998, the hand of history is on the shoulders of the French. You remember that was his famous quote from he said this isn't a day for sound bites. This isn't a good day of the Good Friday Agreement. This isn't a day for sound bites. But I feel the hand of history is on our shoulder. Yeah. Classic Blair. I just think this French team is going to be something special. We're 18 months out from the World Cup now. They've just done the Grand Slam yesterday. That means they've beaten every team in their group to top of the table. They've won the Six Nations for the first time in 12 years. They've got some outstanding players, shades of France '98 here.
Were they in the Stade de France yesterday?
Yeah, they were. That's where France football won the World Cup in '98, and Antoine Dupont is their version of Zinedine Zidane. It's unified the whole country. The nation seems to know who all the players are, but that's not always the case. Rugby tends to be quite dominant in the south, a little bit like rugby union being dominant in the south of England as well. And former World Cup winning coach Clive Woodward said afterwards, maybe England need to get to that as well, a situation where everybody knows our players. Does everybody in the world know who the England rugby players are anymore compared to 2003?
No.
Maybe we need to get back to that. But nonetheless, it was an outstanding effort by France. But England did hold their own.
Yeah, OK, well, that's good. That's good. 10 points in total, I think, wasn't it, by the end of
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Now, I'm a big Doctor Who fan.
Yes.
Which has been a disappointing few years for me, because it's not been great, let's be honest. So this last season of Jodie Whittaker's was the best she's done. But they're now saying in some of the papers, Hugh Grant is in talks.
That's correct. So it looks like Doctor Who is going to be getting something of a Marvel makeover, Stephen. Russell T Davies, who's the original Doctor Who creator, he's taken back over at the helm for the 60th Doctor Who anniversary celebrations, which are coming up next year, and he wants Hugh Grant to play the next Time Lord.
He doesn't really.
Well,
I don't believe this for a second. I don't believe it.
What do you think it is? Do you think it's just
I think, well, if you look at what's been, because, I mean, you know how all this works.
Yeah.
There's been a headline every week about they're going to be the new Doctor Who. They're going to be the new Doctor Who.
Yeah.
It's every week there's somebody different.
So
this is the biggest name so far.
But this is the biggest name in the ring so far. Obviously, Hugh Grant, a very, very well-known British star from the likes of Love Actually, all those Richard Curtis rom-coms. And I think he would make a great Time Lord, because he's got that kind of, English genteel way that the Time Lord should have.
I think he'd be quite good, but every time you talk to someone like David Tennant or Matt Smith, they say the filming schedule is absolutely gruelling. Would Hugh want that at his stage? His money and his stage in life?
I mean, he doesn't really need it, let's face it. He is already a huge Hollywood star. So I think if he was to do this, it would be a bit of a passion project for him. But apparently talks are quite advanced. His name's in the ring and they are going backwards and forwards with each other. So hold this space. It could happen. But I could see him do it. I really can. I can see him fitting in there.
Oh, well, they're the two
Flying
biggest...
the TARDIS.
Well, there you go. Well, he may well materialise at that console. You never know. We're out of time for this morning, I'm afraid to say. But thank you both very much indeed for being here. That is it from us, isn't it, Bev?
Yeah, Anne Diamond will be back next weekend. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. I've had a lovely time.
Thank you for being here.
It's been very nice.
Been fun.
It has. Right, next up is the political correction. Do have a lovely rest of your Sunday.
But looking ahead to the weather for you, and it's going to be a chilly start, then fine and sunny for most, a bit cooler than yesterday. So let's have a look at the details.
In the southwest, there's going to be some cloud around, meaning it won't be as sunny as Saturday, and the odd spot of rain is possible, but it won't be as windy either.
Only a little fair weather cloud bubbling up across the southeastern London. Plenty of spring sunshine again, not as warm.
There'll also be lots of sunshine for much of Wales, though notice towards Pembrokeshire there may be some nagging cloud throughout the morning.
It's going to be a mostly sunny day again for the Midlands. Not much cloud about. Winds will be lighter than yesterday, but temperatures down a couple of degrees.
Plenty of spring sunshine across the northeast this lunchtime with barely a cloud in the sky. Similar for the rest of the country. It will be a touch cooler, though, than of late.
It is a similar picture as we head north to Scotland. Some eastern parts a little bit cloudier, but for most there'll be plenty of sunshine on offer.
A band of cloud is going to sweep eastwards across parts of Northern Ireland. There we go. And here there may even be a little rain, though most places will stay dry. Remaining sunny for most this afternoon, but cloud and a little rain pushing into the far west and far east. And that is how your weather is shaping up for the rest of the day.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate.
From all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
Right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB